still got the key. Alrighty, good evening, coffee crew. Hope everyone is doing well today. We're back at the desk setup, as you can see. We're going to be doing some more video game, kind of unofficial appraisals, and all of that. Where did my price charting tab go? Did I close out of it? No, there it is. And then it should patches. Chill. Good grief. Why is it not showing up? I could have sworn I had properties. There we go. There we go. All right. We're doing some more of this unofficial kind of video game appraisal stuff. Ignore that I have Battletoads on there. Those for shits and gigs. I don't have Battletoads. Do not call me repeatedly asking if I have Battletoads. I do not have Battletoads. And I've got an iced coffee over to the side. Let me go ahead and pop into the homies Discord server. Or the homies Discord. The Coffee Crew Discord server. Looks like Adero's already in there. So we'll be popping in on Adero. Hi, Adero.
Hi, I've been here for a while. Also, I think because I joined... Oh, there I am on your screen.
Yes.
I was going to say, I think because I joined before you, I wasn't here.
No. Well, it's because I wasn't in here. And for anyone interested in joining the Coffee Crew Discord server that is not already a member, there's a link dropped in the tabs now. So consider joining if you feel like. You're not obligated to, but the more the merrier. We have a lot of fun over there, on occasion, allegedly. But Adero, how you doing tonight?
To be... I'm fighting the flu.
Oh, yeah. You sounding kind of sniffly yesterday.
Oh, yeah. I ate a big wad of pickled ginger to flush the sinuses.
Ew!
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 It was not great.
Ew! Okay. Well, I'd say we go ahead and get started then. And we're gonna start with some Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, and I'm gonna have to find a new. I'm gonna have to find a new.
Starting on Xbox.
Appropriate. Yeah. We're gonna start with the Xbox One, and then I'll work my way over to the. I think we'll do PlayStation 3, and then we'll end off with 4 and 5. We'll like go in order of my affinity for the console.
Here's one.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to really... I moved my camera, so it's in a slightly different spot. But Assassin's Creed 4, I'm really curious if this has moved substantially on price charting. I doubt it. With how many copies are floating around. And then I've got a really interesting copy. I've got the fucking GameStop edition. Which I didn't used to have the GameStop edition. This is a game that I sold my copy at a yard sale for maybe $5, and then I found the copy for $2. So I snatched this up. And what? Oh, that's different. That's by the way, a usable code. If anyone feels like using that, by all means. I already have all the DLC, so have at it. But no, I forgot that Xbox did this weird crap where occasionally they put the disc over on this side of the case. That's really weird. That's unnatural. But Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. I adore Black Flag, and I plan to get back to streaming the Assassin's Creed games kind of soon. I teased back in into December, that Assassin's Creed 3 was coming, and it has not shown up anywhere. So I need to make good on that and make it show up. But a complete version, which I would call this a complete copy of oh, interesting. They even have Microsoft on the back of the case. I never noticed that about if that'll show up. It's really subtle, but they do have Microsoft on the back of the cases. I like the Xbox One casing a lot more than the Xbox 360. I will say that much. Like the art being more prominent, Xbox branding being a little less prevalent. It's nicer. And then I like that they swapped to the smaller Blu-ray kind of boxes. But Microsoft being Microsoft, they had to make their own cases. These aren't the same cases you'd find like PS3, PS4 and stuff kind of games in. I don't know if that's a Sony design patent or what. But yeah, pretty common. Lots of copies floating around up there. But do you have any factoids on Black Flag, Adaro?
I do not. I only have factoids for a select few that I'm actually still putting together, and that's why I went, oh no, because I did the PS4 games first.
Oh, okay. Well, they'll be a bit later, so you got time to get those factoids. We'll just kind of breeze through these. I'm not planning on staying on Xbox for long.
For your Xbox, but not until like not until like halfway through your Xbox.
You know what? I think I know what we could do. I'm gonna walk away for a moment. I can brighten it. Maybe that would help. I don't know if that helps any. It kind of did. Anyway, Assassin's Creed Unity, low-key, kind of one of my favorite Assassin's Creeds, especially now. Ubisoft kind of went above and beyond to get this one in a better, more playable state than it was at launch. And Assassin's Creed Unity is going to be another one where it's probably like not very high value. Just because, again, it's Ubisoft, a very popular series. You find copies everywhere. Yeah, complete edition, $6.99, which I'm pretty sure in EU it's another one of those, the disc is over here. Ugh. I cannot remember how long Microsoft did this, or if they even, like, do they still do this? I have no idea. And I'm not going to check as many of these cases, or disc, just because these are Blu-ray. And if you've scratched up a Blu-ray in the short amount of time that Blu-ray has been kind of the medium, you got a problem. Those Positivity Gamers with the raid. Let me get you a shout out real quick. Welcome in, Raiders. We are just getting started today. And I am so glad to see you all. Welcome in. Hey, long time no see. Hope y'all are doing well. I'm ChewieCoffee. I'm a variety PNG tuber. You can find me playing games like Final Fantasy, Kingdom Hearts. We're playing Metal Gear Solid and Halo 2. Or you can also find me doing stuff like we're doing today, which is sitting back, drinking some iced coffee, looking at my video game collection, and unofficially appraising my games and my collection. I don't know why I did air quotes. It's actually unofficially doing it. This PriceCharting.com disclaimer is not an appraisal site. It's sort of like the Pirates Code from Pirates of the Caribbean, merely a suggestion, not a standard of law when it comes to pricing games and all that. Baked the cake, and now we're here to sweeten ChewieCoffee's Game Collection. Will Astrobot make the cut? Either way, we're ready for a stellar showcase. I love that. And Astrobot will be showing up at some point. We haven't gotten to the PS4 and 5 collection, but that should make it for this session. But Coffee Crew, please go give those Positivity Gamers a follow if you're not doing so already. We are all about community building, spreading the love, and supporting each other here. And Raiders, if you are not following already, consider doing so. I do have a 450 follower goal. Upon hitting that, I'll be going back to some video game roots on the channel, where I'll be suffering through children's video platformers, like my friend Peppa Pig and the Bluey video game. But this time, Teethomp, thank you for the follow. Except this time, it'll be Paw Patrol, the one and only. Because remember, all cops are bastards, and we're gonna play as a cute little puppy one to remind everyone that that's the case. But yes, Paw Patrol, the video game, will be our 450 follower game playthrough, and yeah, should be fun. And if you guys need to raid and run, please absolutely go and do so. Take care of yourself. We're all about or self-care here as well. Just finished a God of War level. Oh, in Astrobot. Okay, awesome. I loved that one a lot. Did my Spotify stop? Oh my goodness, my Spotify stopped. Wait, why did Spotify stop? We'll be dropping a alert for a bit. Gotta use the restroom, make dinner. Absolutely. Please do so. While I figure out why my Spotify stopped. But Assassin's Creed Unity, we were talking about how it's another one of those very common titles. All the Assassin's Creeds are going to be pretty common. I don't think any of them have gained any sort of value. And that'll be the case for most of these Xbox One, PS4, and 5 titles. PS3, there's going to be some value there, but you're not going to see the, like, insane $70 for a single, you know, not even complete in-box game like we saw with the PS2 and the PS3, or NES, because we haven't gotten the PS3. But I do have a couple of PS3 games that I think have acquired a little, like, smidgeling of value. And pricing games, like on Price is Right, no, Madison. Pricing games, like figuring out what their average worth on the used games market is. And we're gonna set Unity over to the side, because now we're gonna look at Assassin's Creed Syndicate, which you went from a pretty solid Assassin's Creed to one that I personally was not a fan of. But I need to replay it. In Unity, or Syndicate, I should say, Syndicate just got a 60 FPS boost patch over on the PS5 and the Series consoles. And I'm very excited to try that out, because I think that will take care of most of the issues that I had. And it's Assassin's Creed Syndicate, not Assassin's Syndicate. There we go.
That's kind of the unfortunate reality of the Assassin's Creed franchise, isn't it? Up until, I don't know, I would say about Revelations, they were absolutely magnificent games, back to back to back to back. And then they just kind of fell off. And now it's become this juggling match where you know, they'll release a couple mediocre games, and then we'll get a really, really good game. And then some mediocre games, and a really, really good game. But now it's looking like Ubisoft is in danger of selling themselves to someone, because they just have fallen so far. So who knows what the actual future of any of their franchises.
Well, it's because they tried to make all of their franchises into Assassin's Creed, because they had one juggernaut IP, and then none of their other properties could match. Like, they tried it with Rainbow Six, with or no, with Ghost Recon. They tried it with Ghost Recon, with Wildlands, and
ironically,
Breakpoint, or whatever it was called, Breakout, which really solid, and it does it better in a lot of ways. But it wasn't like classic Ghost Recon, which is what a lot of people wanted.
Yeah. The irony of them doing that, where they applied the Assassin's Creed formula to all these other games, is that they really didn't apply it to the only IP they own, which would have really benefited from that. And that is Prince of Persia.
Oh, yeah, I know. Because Assassin's Creed, for anyone that doesn't know, it like started life as a Prince of Persia spinoff. Before it kind of grew in the concept phase and kind of became its own thing.
You have a few games in your collection where that is the case, by the way.
I'm trying to see if the Gold Edition has any... Okay, Gold Edition is going to be your more, like, sought after version, because it's going to have the game and the Season Pass. I think the Season Pass is still available. I don't think it's been delisted. I don't think any of the latest games that I looked at have been... Any of their content's been delisted. Actually, no, I take that back. I think... Hi, Patches. I think I see him creeping in. Like, where can I fit in this setup? Where can I sit? Yeah, that's right. You sit over there. Unity, I think the Dead Kings DLC, which they gave away for free, got delisted. And I think it's the only modern Assassin's Creed where it's had any of its content delisted. And I could be wrong, but I seem to recall that being the case. And Unity was also one of those games where Xbox and I think PlayStation also, or maybe it was just PlayStation. It was when that big PlayStation hack kind of occurred, and they were offline for 2 weeks. Unity was one of the games that they gave players the options to redeem for free, as like a, hey, sorry we messed up. So a lot of people got Unity on the PlayStation as a result of that. And then Unity and Syndicate, kind of what flowed together with them was they had the very buggy launches. And it was enough that it made Ubisoft put Assassin's Creed on hold for a few years. And then you wouldn't see another Assassin's Creed until Origins, which I wish I had Origins physically. It shouldn't be hard to get a copy of, but I want it physically because I only have it digitally. And I'm becoming increasingly more conscientious about having my games physically. Rapidly approaching this era in the games industry where they want to really push for digital, because the more they make it digital, the more they can take away from you at will. And I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Assassin's Creed Valhalla, I'm really curious how far this one has fallen in value. Because it's been out for a couple of years. This is still, to date, the most recent, like, full Assassin's Creed game. What is this one called? Ultimate Edition Steelbook. Ultimate Edition right here. Okay, 37 for the complete, and I've got the complete. Pongzu with the raid, too! Holy shamoly! Welcome in, Raiders! Let me get you a shout out real quick, Pongzu. There we go. Welcome in, Raiders. I am ChewieCoffee. I'm a variety PNG tuber. You can find me playing games like Kingdom Hearts, Final Fantasy, Metal Gear Solid, and Halo, just to name a few in our current lineup. And you can also find me doing stuff like we're doing today, which is unofficial appraisals of my games collection and just geeking out and yapping about video game history and all that jazz. We're joined by my buddy Adaro here, and then we're in a Discord server where more can join in and tag along if they'd like, if they have the approved roles and everything. Here is a link to the Discord server for anyone. Raiders, if you guys need to raid and fade, please do. Hope you have a good stream. I hope you had a great stream yourself, Pongzu. Thank you so much for the raid. And then I think my Spotify quit again. Yeah, that's the second time it's done that.
Spotify is just having none of this today.
I guess so. But if you guys are not following, consider doing so. And Coffee Crew, please go give Pongzu a big Chewy Coffee welcome as well. Give them your support. We are all about community building, expanding people's communities, and chains of support and all of that jazz. This is a real community-driven channel, and I want that reflected in how we approach each other and appreciate each other. But thank you again so much for the raid. I'm gonna get back to yapping, and well, there are a couple of words I could rhyme with that don't sound right, so I'm just gonna say I'm gonna go back to yapping. but welcome in. Yeah, exactly. It's not even 7 p.m.
Too early.
But yeah, Assassin's Creed Valhalla. This is one that I'm not a fan of too. Like, whenever Assassin's Creed switched to that open world, kind of quasi RPG kind of element, like it worked for Origins. It worked for Origins. Yeah.
Sorry.
Where it became less of an Assassin's Creed, because especially with Odyssey, like you could have taken away Assassin's Creed, from the title, and it could have been just Odyssey, like something Odyssey, and it could have been this, action RPG Greek fantasy game, and I think it would have sold just as well as if it were just Assassin's Creed Odyssey.
Well, especially because they have done something that I at least feel is somewhat irreparable to the story of Assassin's Creed, whereas before you would dive into the genetic memories of, what was his name, Desmond?
Yeah, Desmond was your protagonist from Assassin's Creed 1 up to Assassin's Creed 3.
And then...
For some reason, I thought this had a reversible...
Unless I'm mistaken, now it's just any assassin, because that's good enough.
Fine cup of coffee.
Mm. And not Pablo,
so
thank you for the follow. Appreciate that.
I'm trying to be vague for reasons of
not spoiling.
Who hasn't played the game. Because, make no mistake, while there are some issues with Valhalla, definitely not anywhere as well received as the prior entries.
Mm-hmm.
It's still a very interesting story. If you
and it's like it has competent gameplay functions and features. It's not like it's an inherently bad game. It's just it doesn't fit that mold of what I think people expect out of Assassin's Creed. And then like Mirage came out, and I haven't touched Mirage. I don't really have a plan to touch it either. It was supposed to go back to the series' roots, and it really didn't. It is, surprise, surprise, more or less just a DLC for Valhalla that got bloated into its own game. It's one of the more apparent kind of cases of that. The vibes are there to make it, harken back to the original game. But gameplay-wise, it's still very much Valhalla. And then Shadows, it keeps getting delayed, but whenever it finally comes out, it's going to be more of the same case. It's going to be another Origins. It's going to be another Odyssey, but this time with a feudal Japanese paint scheme. It's going to be the same.
Assuming it ever comes out.
Assuming it comes out, they may chicken out because of Ghost of Yotai, or whatever it's called, which I am super stoked for that. But yeah, Ubisoft might tap out before. It would not surprise me with the steady backlash the game has been getting before it even comes out, which is such a shame. And it's another like terrible trend in the video game kind of community. And that's on the consumer side. Consumers have gotten so foaming at the mouth, hateful over a product before it even comes out, that some developers that are honestly trying won't put out their product.
The major backlash I've seen regarding the upcoming Assassin's Creed game, I do particularly find amusing because I kind of really like reading Japanese history, specifically from where this game is going to be taking place, which is the warring, the Sengoku era around about then. Specifically, the, I guess, dynasty, you could say, that Oda Nobunaga was assembling. And there are so many people who don't understand the actual role that Yasuke filled. And just go, oh, he was just like a baggage handler for... No, he was not. Even after Oda Nobunaga was killed, in history, Yasuke went to the castle that was operated by Oda's son and fought back-to-back with this man against other assailants from the same forces that actually killed Oda.
Oh, okay.
There's a little history lesson for you guys.
Nice. And I do like when the Assassin's Creed games, because the older games really tried, and then, like, as the games progressed, it became less about trying to represent the history and more about, like, hey, let's make a cool game set behind a historical, like, drop.
Yeah.
Because Assassin's Creed 2 and like the Ezio games in particular, they had so many like nods and references to actual historical events, and had like
The
Ezio kind of
bromance
on,
with Da Vinci.
yeah, and they had like Ezio kind of on the sidelines, like, oh yeah, he witnessed this. You as a player get to witness this through Desmond and Ezio, and that's what made the game so special and cool. And then like that started to diminish as the games went on.
Funny you bring
Origins,
up.
like, it wasn't a great historical representation of Egypt, or any particular period of Egyptian history. But it was a great representation of like what some Egyptian culture, society, towns, cities could have looked like in a way that had never been explored or showcased before, which was cool.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the cooler things, even leading into the more modern Assassin's Creed games, that is still kind of around, is what if these societies function like this? Is this how these,
It
buildings would be
gets
assembled? Is
speculative,
this
but
how
not
their
like
social construct
grossly
and
speculative.
laws
Yeah.
is like based on actual context clues. It's not like conspiracy theory stuff.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
So it's really cool to see that like in action and seeing like a semi-living world of, oh, this is like a Viking settlement and this is like their actual culture. That's really cool to see. Even if the game itself is kind of less than stellar.
Yeah, yeah. And does have a tendency of throwing maybe too many modern trends just to make it digestible or understandable for a modern audience.
I mean, but who is supposed to be expected to know
Right.
that in Viking culture, women had a huge amount of power and they could, and in fact did, castrate their husbands for various reasons, including being unfaithful.
Yep.
And it was completely protected by their law. And that
Yep.
is awesome. That is hardcore.
And then one last thing on historical context and everything. Hey Gab, enjoyed that lurk. One more thing in regards to Assassin's Creed before we move on to the next game that we're gonna take a look at. Unity, I think I gotta give it like mad props on one of the most significantly like inherently good things to come out of the Assassin's Creed series, and it's tied to Unity, is the 3D model of Notre Dame in the game is so accurate that whenever Notre Dame caught fire, they used Assassin's Creed Unity as part of their like reconstruction model. They followed the model that the artist, and it was like a single artist, and they'd spent like over a year building this model. And it's one of the most accurate models of Notre Dame to exist, and it's why it was being used for the reconstruction process, which I need to read up and see how that's coming along.
I'm free. I could find that out right now while you move along, right?
Hell yeah, nice. Next up, Attack on Titan.
It's Attack on Titan.
It's Attack on Titan. It really does. You believe Notre Dame reopened? Oh, okay, cool. I didn't know it was that far along.
There's over 1,000 people working on it.
Okay. Like, the significance of Notre Dame meant it was always going to have a pretty hefty reconstruction kind of effort behind it.
Yes. I mean, but like you said, that was very cool that they actually used Assassin's Creed for the restoration.
Interesting. I would not have thought Attack on Titan would.
Reopening.
I would not have thought Attack on Titan would hold that kind of value still, being a $20 complete kind of game. Which it doesn't have a manual, but you got to remember, we're in that era of gaming now where manuals are less and less commonplace. So it never had a manual to begin with. And it's so funny looking at listings on eBay too. Because people will put like the listing for the game, no manual, because they genuinely thought that it was supposed to have a manual.
I'm gonna send this to you.
Oh, okay, yeah, please. If it's about
actually showing pictures from the reopening of Notre Dame.
Ooh.
And showing all kinds of guests and members of it's amazing seeing the work that has gone into this restoration. It's beautiful.
Nice. Because, yeah, like, I know the paintings, not facades, what would you call it? The ceiling paintings in a cathedral, what do you call those? They have, like, a proper
Paintings.
name. Yeah, anyway, the paintings on the...
Murals.
Would you call that a mural? I thought when it was on the ceiling like that, it had a different name.
I'm fairly certain it's still a mural.
Oh, okay. Anyway, the paintings, I know some of them were damaged, so they're having to be reconstructed and redone as well. Which was another place where the reconstruction efforts were taking very special care in doing it right, because they didn't want a case of that, like, Jesus reconstruction painting that got done. That became a meme. But Attack on Titan, I don't have much to say about this one. I played, like, maybe the first hour or so of it. It's not great. It was made...
Which one isn't great? Attack on Titan?
It was made before Season 2 came out. But I think it tried to touch on some of the Season 2 plot points. Like, this game came out way too soon. And then whenever Attack on Titan 2 came out, the game, it retold everything from this first game, and then some, to be the complete full package. And this game kind of became useless. In fact, I think it may have even come delisted. I'd have to... No, I feel like the value would be higher if it got delisted. But anyway, like, don't get this one. If you're gonna play an Attack on Titan game, get Attack on Titan 2. It's got more content, and it tells the story of the anime up to, like, the end of Season 2. But it's still, like, Attack on Titan, so your mileage will vary. And then, Luna's gonna start foaming at the mouth. Borderlands, the Handsome Collection. Which I've got the cardboard sleeve edition. I see a lot of the just loose, like, Handsome Collection, just regular case kind of floating about. And wow, we're still in the like, Xbox putting their CDs over on this side. Interesting. They've stopped doing that, haven't they? A fresco, yes! Yes, I was thinking of a fresco.
A fresco is slightly different, but because a fresco is specifically done by painting directly onto a surface that is made of limestone when it is still wet.
Oh, okay. So yeah, and that's what Hawks is talking about with it being more of a technique, not so much... Like, not every ceiling painting would have to be a fresco. Okay.
Like, with, what is it? Is it the Sistine Chapel that has that gigantic art that was done?
Yes. Michelangelo's.
That wouldn't be a fresco solely because of how long it took to do it. That it wouldn't be wet anymore.
Okay. I'm gonna say this is probably... Yeah, it's got the sticker on the front, so the Handsome Collection with the sleeve. Not that much value to it. I didn't expect much value to it. It is Borderlands. It's another one of those, like, big series. Like, with Attack on Titan, games like this, they tend to generate more value just because there are less copies out there. And with less copies, you have, like, a natural higher supply and demand differentiate than you would with a game that printed and sold millions, like Borderlands. But the Handsome Collection, I've got this on, like, Xbox and PS4 now, so I get this across a couple of consoles. And then I've got Borderlands on the Xbox 360, the first game, which did get an Xbox One X enhancement kind of patch. So before the remastered version of Borderlands 1 came out, it was kind of the go-to way to play the game. Another advantage that Attack on Titan has is that it is part of a very famous franchise increasing base demand. Well, I mean, so Borderlands is a popular franchise. But it's popular, I guess, it's popular in a different right. Like, Attack on Titan, this isn't the kind of game that was made or designed to sell millions. They made the game because some studio was paid to do it. Whereas Borderlands, this was made to sell copies, to be on everybody's shelf. That's a poor way of describing it, but the intent was totally different.
I would say that Attack on Titan kind of operated or was developed with the exact same goal as something like Jujutsu Kaisen Cursed Clash, which is very much so a game to, I won't want to say predate on, but definitely to take advantage of
the hype around the anime.
Bias.
Yeah, because like I said, that first almost said Assassin's Creed. That first Attack on Titan game, it was developed while the first season was still being dubbed and stuff.
In comparison to a game which is made well after the initial run of a series, which you can feel has so much care put into it. This is going to be a total shill. There's an upcoming Bleach fighting game.
Oh yeah, the one that you're pretty hyped about.
It has an insane amount of care put into it. It stops before the current series that is running, the 1,000-Year Blood War. It stops before that. So it's only the already finished Bleach content. And it just, even visually, it looks different from like Jujutsu Kaisen Cursed Clash, or that Hunter x Hunter game, or even the One Punch Man fighting games, which weren't great.
Oh yeah, and some of those even got delisted already. I know Punch Force got delisted after only being on shelves for 2 years?
Well, Jump Force is kind of an oddity because it was very much so trying to take advantage of recency bias. However,
and it was also a collaborative game between all these studios.
Yeah. Yes, it very much so was. But it was also the latest entry in a very long-running series of games where there's all these Shonen Jump fighting games going back to the Game Boy Advance. So this was just the latest entry, and it just didn't take off. Call of Duty Ghosts.
Call of Duty Ghost, yeah. This is where we're really getting into
game.
Your bargain bin. You find these at every thrift store again.
I never would have dreamed that years after the fact, I would see people so thirsty for the characters from this game.
Oh, yeah. And it's because, I know the Modern Warfare games, the new updated current version of Ghost from the Modern Warfare series, everybody's got, thirst edits of him. And then, people realize, Ghost had just, Bakuto's a military man we could thirst over. So they've gone and started to do thirst edits of the guys from Call of Duty Ghost, which is so weird.
It is so crazy.
And just to talk briefly on Ghost, it's not a great Call of Duty. It tried to do the whole cliffhanger ending before it could, and it was totally unearned, too. It had some interesting concepts, but I think people were still expecting, Modern Warfare, because this was Infinity Ward's first Call of Duty after wrapping up on Modern Warfare, the original Modern Warfare games. And it's got, a South American coalition called the Federation as the main bad guys, and they're the ones that kind of come into the United States after the world experienced, an apocalypse, basically. And it makes sense, but at the same time, it's man, these are some choices. And in Call of Duty Ghost, it's set in a near future setting. I think the game is set in 2027 or something like that. So we're only 2 years out from this. And it's really funny because Call of Duty Black Ops 2 is set in 2025. And I've seen a lot of people start to put out video essays on Black Ops 2 and how much of this is right? Did they, overestimate the power of technology going into Black Ops 2? And a lot of it is yes. But it's so interesting. And this came out in 2011, I think. No, this was 2013. Because this was an Xbox One and PS4 launch title. Because it was also the first Call of Duty to have the current gen at the time, Xbox One and PS4, and an Xbox 360 and PS3 version. And I have this on the PS3 as well. And whenever I eventually stream Ghost, I kind of want to play the PS3 one just because I've never experienced that. Like, I hate to call it watered down, but that less powerful hardware version of the game. Because this was before we entered this era of cross-platform too. Like, if Ghost came out today, it would be a PS4 and a PS5 title, and the PS5 version would feel held back because it would have to be compatible with the PS4 lobbies and everything. They didn't care about that because backwards compatibility between the Xbox One and 360 and the PS4 and PS3 didn't exist. Set that one over there. And then Advanced Warfare was another one where they did that. And this is also the one with Kevin Spacey in it.
Kevin Spacey?
Kevin Spacey! Keep your kids away. And they also got, like, collectively more adamant in having, like, celebrity appearances. I think that's the whole reason Kevin Spacey was in Advanced Warfare. Finally, they cast a real villain. Yes! Real life villain Kevin Spacey in Call of Duty Advanced Warfare. You get to watch him explode right before your very eyes. It's another one that I kind of want to stream. And when I do, I will unapologetically bash the ever-loving hell out of Kevin Spacey throughout the entire thing. Oh, and there he is on the back of the box! Look at this slime ball. Oh, get that flipped over. Oh, God. Feel violated just looking at him. Sorry for that Kevin Spacey jump scare, everybody. But not much to say about Advanced Warfare. Sort of like Call of Duty Ghost. There are a million copies out there. The multiplayer's kind of dead for these titles as well. So there's not much reason to pick them up now. This game would have been 10 times better just by replacing Spacey with Curry. Do you mean, like, Tim Curry? The comedian?
Going to where humanity has not. Space!
Space!
We love him.
Oh, God. And then another Call of Duty. Yeah, the guy from Command and Conquer. Yes. Tim Curry. I keep forgetting he was in Command and Conquer.
Yes, he was.
Yes, he was. But Infinite Warfare, again, not much to say about this one. I actually like the premise of this one a bit more. It was kind of famously, when it released, or was about to release, it was the most disliked YouTube video at the time. The like, reveal trailer. And I think it got more hate than it deserved. And then, like, it certainly had things and stuff that deserved kind of, you know, oh, no, don't do that, we don't like that. And part of that was gatekeeping the Modern Warfare remaster behind Infinite Warfare. Like, for, I want to say a year, maybe a year and a half, the only way you could get Modern Warfare remastered was by getting this Call of Duty Infinite Warfare Legacy Edition. And Modern Warfare Remastered, it wasn't just the campaign with the new coat of paint. It was the campaign and 10 of the multiplayer maps reimagined, remade. And like, it was solid. Like, more people were playing Modern Warfare Remastered than Infinite Warfare. And I think that complete box, again, it just kind of shows these older Call of Duty titles, they don't retain value, despite holding that value on online storefronts. So these are games that definitely, if you still want to go out and get these, don't buy them on the Xbox store, don't buy them on the PlayStation Network. Go out and find physical copies, you'll get them so much cheaper. And it's because Activision is reluctant to discount their older games. Like Infinite Warfare, Advanced Warfare, Ghost, the older Modern Warfares, there's no reason those games still need to be $60 at full price on their online storefronts. Make them $20. And then whenever they go on sale, make them $10. But make them $20. Because these games have communities that still want to play them. But you're not going to get new players by having them full fucking price 10 years after they came out. That's not how you do
private
it.
servers for World at War or Give Me Death.
Actually, I think that one already has private servers. It's just riddled with it's just riddled with modders and hackers. So it's in a rough spot, but it is like peer-based matchmaking. Call of Duty's always kind of had that. Battlefield was the one that had dedicated servers, and that's why the old Battlefield games, Bad Company 2, and Battlefield 3, are no longer playable on console. You can still play Battlefield 3 on the PC, but I think even the Bad Company servers on PC are dead, discontinued, because they were GameSpy. They still ran off GameSpy servers, and GameSpy is defunct now, I think.
Forgive me if I'm wrong, but there was a site in the early 2000s that operated basically a digital rental service, similar to what you see in a lot of stuff now.
It wasn't GameFly, was it?
No, I don't think it was GameFly. I think it was like GameSpy. I guess you could say it was like the earliest version of something like Xbox Game Pass, where you would pay a...
GameSpy's been mostly replaced by Game Ranger. That sounds right. Yeah. There was some successor kind of took over, like bought it and took over. No, I can remember GameFly because I would get the ads for that all the time, where essentially it was like Netflix for video games.
Yeah, I found it 12 years ago, or 13 years ago. Thanks, Reddit. GameSpy actually had it.
GameSpy, okay.
At some point, where you could pay a nominal fee, just a subscription fee, and it would give you access to a massive list of like old DOS games that you could then just play as you wanted. Incidentally, that is where I played like the first Fallout game. But that's one of those services where I think that specifically Game Pass, that's where it would shine. It was targeting more these older games.
Yeah, which
everything.
And it definitely did, because those the older Battlefield titles, because that's how those PC servers stayed up for so long and are still up. The older Battlefields, I'm talking like Battlefield 1942, Battlefield 2.
Oh man, 1942.
Yeah, like those.
Bad Company.
Those are, I think the first Bad Company, if it even, I think only Bad Company 2 was on PC. I don't think the first Bad Company was on PC. I might be wrong.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure the first Bad Company.
Battlefield Vietnam, the one that everyone kind of forgets about. But yeah, like those older Battlefields, they live off of community driven servers, and they still do. They like that's how they're still around. Modern Warfare, the first one, arguably the best one still out of the new Call of Duty Modern Warfare trilogy.
In other words, it's all downhill from there.
Yeah, it's all downhill from here. Modern Warfare 3, like, I didn't even want to touch it.
Oh no.
And of course, I look up Modern Warfare, and I'm gonna get all the older, better titles first. But Modern Warfare, not much to say about this one either. Presentation was cool. It tried to be somewhat political with its analogies to Operation Desert Storm. And the second kind of invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan. But other than that, not much to say on it. The Modern Warfare trilogy it went from this rather grounded with Modern Warfare to globetrotting, like 4 dude bros with guns killing everybody really fast. Like Modern Warfare 2 dropped the like modern espionage kind of stuff hella quick to make it like nonsensical super soldier crap. And then speaking of Modern Warfare 2, also Xbox, please, for the love of God, figure out what you want to do with your casing. Because I'll have an example here in a bit. They can never agree on what they want their packaging to look like. You have some where it's like Xbox One will be on top, Xbox Series X will be on the bottom. You have some where it will be like the Xbox One packaging, but they'll get rid of the one. It's just Xbox. And then I'm pretty sure, nope, the CD is still over here. Interesting. It's still over there. So maybe Xbox still keeps their CDs on this side, which is just inherently wrong. What do you think? You're British or something? Driving on the wrong side of the road? Chucklehead. Modern Warfare 2. Kind of dog water. Not a fan. They're the boys that everyone's simping over. Here, for your thirst edit needs. That's who we're talking about there. But yeah, it very quickly devolved into, let's make everyone hot dude bros and have them, you know, have a buddy cop movie globetrotting adventure. And are we done with Call of Duties? Yes, we are. Dark fucking Souls 2, Scholar the First Sin.
We're free!
We're free! Because I was so tired of talking about Call of Duty games. Dark Souls 2, I need to go and actually play this one. Because I've had it forever, and I love Dark Souls Remastered. Which I have it physically on PS4. And I need to get Dark Souls 2 and 3 on PS4, just have that whole collection physically. But until then, I've got Dark Souls 2 physically on Xbox.
Hey.
And I remember this was kind of a contentious release when it came out.
Very much so. There's so
because
much that
the
people do not like
Xbox
about
360 version was only like 2 years old, because it was kind of a late 360, late PS3 title. And then this came out and it was one of those like kind of bridge games where it came out on both consoles, and the better version was on the new gen consoles. Because yeah, this had all the DLC. And it made some tweaks to the like enemy scaling. Some of the gameplay loops had been changed.
Yes.
It made changes that some people didn't vibe with. But me being a first-time Dark Souls 2 player, I'm kind of the perfect audience for it. Because that's not going to affect me the way it did like OG Dark Souls 2 players.
Yeah, one of the major complaints specifically about the original release of Dark Souls 2 is that the absolute scaling going from area to area of Dark Souls 2 had massive jumps in difficulty. To the point that to the more casual player, it would actually be unplayable. And that even people who had managed to curb stomp Dark Souls 1 into the dirt were having some issues with it. So when Scholar of the First Sin came around, they actually did readjust scaling and altered mechanics and everything like that. So it's a much more balanced experience.
Okay. And I feel like I kind of got that vibe with what little I played of it too. It didn't feel as difficult as Dark Souls, but not because the enemies couldn't gank you or get you. It's just they had to tone it down. Or they like inadvertently toned it down. And threw off the flow ever so slightly. Clear my throat, sorry. Destiny 1. Love Destiny 1. Peak. Yes. Like, Destiny 1, this is one where you can also get, like, copies of The Taken King with all the DLC. You got, like, the one that's Destiny 1, the complete collection, which is all the DLC. And I think it's all on disc, too. You should have printed that on a mini disc because that's tiny. Yes, put it on a little GameCube disc.
The little Bionicle disc that came with Faux Rock.
Oh my god, yes.
Congratulations, I just made all of you who remember that feel old.
I already felt old, but yes, you did. But Destiny 1, like, Destiny 2, the release, like, initial release was okay, but it was all so downhill. Just
You and I have
steadily.
had many discussions
Yes,
about
we
the
have.
state of Destiny 2
Yeah.
and just how much better
We
Destiny
talked
1
about
is.
it a little bit this morning over in the Two Drink Minimum server as well, where we were talking about like the player base has gotten so toxic. Like if you're not full raid gear, like if you don't know all the tips and tricks to the raids, like you will get bullied out of the lobby, or you will be kicked from the fire team and not allowed to participate in content just because you don't know what you're doing. And it's like the player base is so reluctant to let new players in. It's no wonder you've got a stagnating player base. You don't have that
Which
problem
is
with
wild.
Destiny 1.
No, I logged into Destiny 1 recently.
And there's still
I
plenty of
wouldn't say
players playing it too.
thriving,
Yeah, no,
but
it's far
definitely
from
not
thriving.
bad.
Yeah, like it's one that I
You
plan
can
to
still
stream
get
at
into
some
pretty
point.
much everything.
Yep.
Ooh,
Yep.
If you do that on PlayStation, you'll have to let me know so I can reinstall that.
Yes, I will, because that's where I planned on doing it.
Yes.
But
Would
set
they let
that
us do
aside.
it? Because I'm on PS4. I don't know if they allow the cross.
It treats
Destiny 1.
PS5 one as PS4 because you're just playing the backwards compatible
okay.
PS4.
Heard.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should totally do that.
Absolutely. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
We'd have an easier time getting through all the required strikes too. Because we wouldn't have to. We'd only have to find one person for the matchmaking. Some of the story beats were tied to strikes. The Division, yes.
How I love the Division.
The Division 1, I remembered really digging the atmosphere and vibes, and then when the Division 2 came out, I fell out of love for it. But I think it's because I had the same problem as Destiny. The Division 1, you could really get through most of it solo and have a good time. The Division 2, I felt like they really emphasized playing with others, and it kind of diminished the playability of the game by doing so. So I have less fond memories of the Division 2, but the Division, I love it. Also, I love the discourse that was around this game, because this came out, just a couple of years after Rainbow Six Siege, and they were the two Ubisoft titles that everyone pointed to, like, look, game downgrades from their release trailer to launch, or their reveal trailer to launch, over-promising, typical Ubisoft, over-promising, blah blah blah. And this little tag right here has me concerned. Requires internet. I'm hoping the Division 1, and by extension 2, get proper offline mode so that we don't end up with another the crew situation where it goes offline and these become literally unplayable. I don't want that to happen.
I will say that I think that there's a very similar thing going on with the Division as compared to Destiny, actually, in that if you've played the original Division title, it's a much nicer
kind of experience,
and
that
there's
too.
a lot of
yeah.
like really toxic people in Division 2. They're just not very fun to bump into.
The Elder Scrolls Online.
Oh my god, I beta tested this game.
I think they made the base game completely free to play too.
I think so, but the beta test for this game that I did was so bad and so broken. I understand it was a beta. To this day, I refuse to play it.
Oh god, and there's so many like different editions of it. Tamriel Unlimited, that's what I have. A whopping $5 complete. Which checks out, because I think they made a lot of the legacy content free to play.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's less and less.
Who enjoys it.
Yeah, absolutely. I play Final Fantasy 14, so like that's my MMO game. I don't need the Elder Scrolls Online. Good thing about this, no gamer subscription required, which was one of the big draws for me. It's why I picked it up initially.
And I can understand that.
Yeah, and then I just
having to
like
pay a subscription is very off-putting to people.
it. Yeah, thinking of Skyrim and Elder Scrolls. There it is. Another copy, another version of Skyrim.
Another one.
Another one.
We complain about it and then we keep buying it. What is wrong with us?
I bought, you
I
know,
say
the
this
limited
by going
edition
every
or special edition because I thought that would be it. And then, like, a year later, hi, now it's on Series X and PS5.
Yeah, but you know what else it's on?
Everything else? Oh, yeah, oh, of course.
What's funny is me digging into Skyrim about this is I own every version of a very contentious game.
I forgot that it came with the map of Skyrim too. Oh, that's
Yes,
neat.
it does.
Okay, because my framed one that
Is it
came
a
with my
cloth map or is it paper?
paper.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, it's literally the same exact map. I think they may have scaled it, you know, up or down some from the Xbox 360 and PS3 map. But it's literally the same map. I've got my Xbox 360 one. And I have it framed and it's in my office. I've got like framed Time magazine covers, and then right beside it is a framed map of Skyrim.
Do you guys remember a certain game that when it was initially announced, a very specific promise was made for it, that you could plant an acorn at the start of the game, and that by the end, a giant magnificent oak would have sprouted?
What game are you
I
talking
own
about?
every single version of the original Fable.
Oh, okay. I never played Fable 1. I've only played Fable 2 and 3.
That's one of the things that Molyneux did, is he way overpromised how the game would work. And that was one of the things he specifically said about Fable 1.
Amazing.
Was that at the start of the game, you could plant an acorn, and then at the end of the game, it would be a giant oak tree, exactly where you planted it. It is not a great game. I have so much affection for it, but it's another one that
A lot of people, I feel, have that kind of viewpoint on Fable 1.
Haha. This is one that I actually have a little bit of info for. We're finally, to me, not just rambling.
Evolve, yes. So, talking about completely useless disc, Evolve on the consoles, so PS4 and Xbox One, completely offline. You cannot play these anymore. There is still a community that is keeping Evolve alive on the PC, but this was before the era of cross-platform crossplay. So Xbox and PlayStation completely missed out on this. This is quite literally garbage just sitting on my shelf.
Just like Concord. I mean, so here's my little bit of gaming knowledge, like cool little information about Evolve specifically. So, Evolve was developed by Turtle Rock.
Yep, Turtle Rock. And ew, I have a pre-owned sticker on here. Ew.
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 We know them for developing a couple other things, but Evolve was the very first game they developed after splitting from Valve in 2010. It is very likely the first real example we've seen of a major, like,
asymmetric, competitive,
asymmetric PvP game. This is what lit the fire to start, you know, your Dead by Daylight and Killer Clowns, Friday the 13th, and 3,000 other asymmetric PvP games.
What I really like is the graded price of Evolve. Since nobody intends to play a graded copy ever, the price is not affected by it being just a useless piece of plastic. Yeah, more or less. If you went out of your way to get your copy of Evolve graded, and then it went offline, man, how do you feel? Because grading isn't cheap. Like, you have to actually pay to get your game graded and stuff.
It depends on what it is, because you have to have a general idea of what
it is that you've got. Yeah.
Because I think the most expensive you pay in for to get something sent in for graded is like $150, and that's when you think something's gonna exceed like $10,000 value.
But moral of the story, basically, don't get your games graded unless it's like genuinely something rare. I see people get like graded copies of Halo 3 ODST on the Xbox 360. Like, brother, that is Halo 3 ODST.
Yes, I didn't write it down, but I do have something fun about Far Cry 4.
Oh, you do?
It's also something that started a trend that you see in a lot of games from that point forward. So
is it the shared? Oh, okay. I thought you were going to talk about it being another one of those, like, came out on the Xbox 360, and then within, like, 6 months to a year, it was out on Xbox One.
No, not that, actually. It is how you get a secret ending, which I believe is also a trophy.
For just sitting there and eating the crab rangoon.
Yep. And you just sit there, and he's like, hey, I have something I need to go take care of. You just wait here. Try the crab rangoons. They're delicious. Because you want to go visit, like, a grave, right?
Right.
So he leaves.
And I think the game even prompts you, like, press A to get up. Like, it more or less nudges you into leaving.
Hi, Madison. Yeah, and then eventually he'll come back, and he has, like, a little bit of blood on him, and he looks exhausted.
And I think he tosses you, like, a grenade launcher or something. Yeah.
No, he just takes you to the grave, and the game ends. That's it.
Yep.
And that started a trend where now there have been multiple games since this one came out that do something extremely
Far Cry 5 did the exact same thing with with the villain in that.
Yes, they did. But even like there's this really weird kind of British humor game that came out called Oh Goodness, or Oh Thank Goodness You're Here.
I have that in my backlog. I'll be playing that very soon. So if it's spoilers to the game, please refrain. Because I am literally going to be playing that in like a week or two.
Oh, are you? Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Natty gifted that to me on Steam.
On that information.
Okay. It's got like yes, which is one of the draws for it for me. Like I'm a fan of that shit. I love Monty Python. Yep.
You will love this game.
Okay.
That's basically what this is. Oh, Fallout 4. That's another one that's like.
I forgot that Fallout 3 was included for free when you got Fallout 4.
Only for the Xbox One.
Yep, only for the Xbox One.
Yes.
And it's kind of funny because this was way before Microsoft bought Bethesda too, and they were already getting some like exclusive offerings and favorism towards them.
Fallout 4 came out during what I like to call the bidding war, where basically your major publishers, Microsoft and PlayStation specifically, were trying to
competing
as much money as possible at studios to try to get the better exclusive to draw people towards their platform. And that created so much tension, which kind of resulted in the console wars. Because
PlayStation, Call of Duty was kind of leaning PlayStation for years. Destiny was definitely PlayStation. Like, you would have year-long exclusive content on Destiny and Destiny 2. And then I think that didn't come to an end until the Activision buyout of Destiny. And then it kind of came back whenever Sony became one of the big investors behind Bungie.
And then bought Bungie.
And then bought Bungie, to bring them on to help with their games as service titles that have all been canceled now.
Well, there's something even funnier about what's happened with that whole situation. And that is that when they brought Bungie on initially, they gave them full autonomy. Do whatever you want, just don't mess up. Immediately, Bungie goes, guess I'm gonna mess up. They were owned by Sony for maybe a year before Sony went, you're no longer autonomous.
Yeah. The Forza Motorsport titles, I'm really curious about these. Because some of these...
Forza is coming to PlayStation.
Yes, Forza Horizon 5 is coming to the PlayStation 5. Only the PlayStation 5. It will not be coming out on PS4. It will not be getting a physical release. And yeah, but yes, it's coming to PlayStation 5. It will have crossplay, but there will not be cross progression. So Xbox players, if they get it on the PlayStation, they will have to start from scratch.
Forza fans very excited to play Forza for the first time.
Some are. I saw some discussion about it over on like r/PlayStation where they're like, hey, cool, we're getting a new racing game for the first time in what feels like years. Because the crew of Motorfest kind of sucked ass. And everybody would rather forget that one. But I was curious if these had gone up in value because all of these are long delisted now. So the only way to get them is the physical copies. But
Yes.
Forza Motorsport 5 was a launch title and a bundled game with Xbox Ones. So
Yeah, it was.
this is one where I know there are day one editions, which I think the day one edition, it's got a banner on top that says day one edition 2. I think those maybe have more value. But apparently there are enough copies out there that this hasn't hit high demand yet.
Mhm.
But I loved these because like Forza Motorsport 5 and 6 in particular had a lot of Top Gear like content. James May, all the Top Gear guys do like commentary on the cars in the game, and it's really cool. Car enthusiasts have a lot to gain out of Motorsport 5. Motorsport 6 is better gameplay wise, but Motorsport 5 had more of that Top Gear content, and it kind of lessened with 6.
Hammond, what? Jurassic Park?
No. Hammond from Top Gear. It's like James May, Hammond is one of them, something Hammond. And then, who's the one that like got kicked off the show essentially? Was that James May?
I don't know.
Clarkson, yeah, Clarkson got kicked off the show pretty much. He's the one that has the meme, the oh no, anyway. That's
Is that who that is?
That's Clarkson, yeah.
Oh.
Hey, speaking of
I
Ghost
know nothing
Recon, we
about cars.
were talking about that earlier.
Yes.
Ghost Recon Wildlands. Talking about games
I
getting the
remember-
Assassin's Creed treatment. This is one of the big ones.
I remember when this game first came out, in seeing all the videos for bugs, and when I saw that, that's the moment I knew, oh, Ubisoft is done for, aren't they?
It was rough. They've managed to stick around, but yeah, it was rough.
That was like, oh no, they're going downhill, aren't they?
Wildlands, I know it also pissed a lot of people off because it had a Splinter Cell side content mission cameo appearance of Sam Fisher, and it was the first time Sam Fisher had been in anything in like over a decade, and
Yeah,
it was
like-
just for some shit ass side mission. He only got a voice role. I don't think he physically appears in the mission, and it's like, that's not Sam Fisher. This is just you pulling at heartstrings to get people hyped up for a non-existent Ghost Splinter Cell that's coming out. And it's been radio silence ever since. It was not a good DLC mission.
Yeah.
And they keep doing that with Splinter Cell too. Anyway, here's Breakpoint. Which was...
Wonderwall.
Ghost Recon Breakpoint was really kind of awful when it first came out. They did a ton of legwork to get Breakpoint into a playable and respectable state.
I don't actually know anything about this one.
Take all the ideas of Wildlands, but instead of it being set in a real life country like Bolivia, take it and set it on a fictional island. Have John Bernthal as a villain. Go at it. You know, it was that kind of thing. It expanded on the like survival aspects of the game. Like you can break limbs and you have to like field dress them and all that. It added a more immersive kind of survival stealth mechanism to it.
So that's so true. But
the Tom
I don't
Clancy
know what
IP
would be
rights were a
worse.
brilliant purchase, given that it's still paying dividends over a decade after Tom Clancy's
don't know
actual
what
death.
would be
Yes,
worse.
yeah.
Ubisoft using Tom Clancy's name posthumous for games like Wildlands, or if they were to actually adapt some of his books into games and then horribly butcher them. I don't know which reality is worse.
Oh yeah, no, I can't wait to play Tom Clancy's Clear and Present Danger on the PlayStation 6.
Oh god.
Oh, a banger, an absolute value for your buck, Xbox One title, and hilariously with an only on Xbox One banner. Like PlayStation dropped that PlayStation doesn't put only on PlayStation anymore. As of
because they know it's going to go to PC at some point.
as like the PlayStation 4. I think God of War, the first God of War, was one of the last games that they put only on PlayStation on the banner. Shadow, thank you for the hydrate. Appreciate that. I'll have to go and grab a bottle of water.
Hey, Chewie, I'm gonna wait for something after you go get your water, and I'm super sorry. We've been talking a lot for over almost an hour and a half at this point. You know what's coming.
Oh boy. But Halo the Master Chief Collection, holy schmoly, I'm surprised that physical complete in box copies are still running for $20. That's kind of wild.
I'm gonna have to use this place to see if I can't sell some of these like Resident Evil statues I have in my basement.
Oh, absolutely. There is like there's a figures section for it.
I have like the Resident Evil 7 Collector's Edition, you know, the stupid house thing. I have that in my basement. I don't want that. Every time I accidentally bump the tote that thing's in, it starts playing this creepy ass music. Get this Annabelle bullshit out of my house.
But Master Chief Collection at 20 for the physical, that actually surprises me. I wonder why that's the case.
Because everyone fucking hates Halo Infinite, they'd rather play this.
Maybe. Huh. You do get like 4 games out of the box in this one. Luna, we're in the VC if you want to come and hang. Yeah, because you get Combat Evolved, Halo 2 / Halo 2 Anniversary, Halo 3, and Halo 4.
An hour and a half in.
Yeah, I know. And third is still available.
I claimed first in.
Third,
second.
Yeah, you did. Third is still available. Yeah, the only things that's missing from the disc is Halo 3 ODST and Halo Reach,
which is a crime.
They were
having ODST and Reach on there is criminal.
Well, it's because they were post-launch DLC. Halo 3 ODST was given out as an apology because of the very buggy launch that the Master Chief Collection had. And then Halo Reach was added in to celebrate, I think, not 10-year anniversary of Reach, but it was some sort of a Halo anniversary, and they're like, here's Halo Reach, by the way. And it was one of the last, like, goodwill gestures that
we ever got.
That we got from, pretty much. Because 343 Industries, now Halo Studios, is they're going back to the FOMO base for their battle pass in Infinite.
No.
Yep. It's because Infinite
was like one of the redeeming qualities of Infinite.
It's because Infinite's coming to PlayStation 2. Infinite's coming to PlayStation, and to like rein in this new player base, we're gonna bring back a FOMO battle pass. The first 20 tiers will be free, but the next 30 tiers, where you can get 3 more sets of armor, you gotta buy it or you're gonna lose it. The silver lining is that there'll be shop items after the pass expires, but it still generates FOMO. And it completely negates the praise I've been giving Infinite for the last 2 years. Yeah, because I've been praising them.
About that as well.
Yeah. When playing Fortnite, I've mentioned multiple times Fortnite should really consider switching to what Infinite does. Where Battle Pass releases, and if you miss it, oh well, you can still buy it later on.
There was one night you were showing me like all the armors you had unlocked, and we had a very long conversation about how amazing that they are having this like unlock them as you want type thing going on. To now go back on that, it's just gonna immediately make people on PlayStation not buy the game because they're gonna feel slighted.
Yep. And I'm gonna grab that water. You talk about Just Cause 3 for a second.
I actually don't know anything about Just Cause 3. I haven't played Just Cause since Just Cause 2. Oh no. I know nothing about this game. Let's Google it. Yeah. And that's for when Chewie comes back. Haha. Let's look at the development note. That will be.
And we got ourselves Just Cause 3. This is by Square Enix and Avalanche Studios. I played this one a little bit. It's not too bad. I don't know why I'm typing advanced. Just Cause 3.
That's pretty interesting. I was just looking up some design notes about the game, and apparently the controls for Just Cause 3 were really tightened. They focused on overhauling those first and foremost over many complaints of how Just Cause 2's controls felt a little stiff. Additionally, several developers joined joined Avalanche who had worked at Criterion for the Burnout series. And they handled specifically all the vehicle portions of the game.
Yes. Yeah, the driving in Just Cause 3 was a lot tighter and a lot cleaner.
And it made it to where I actually kind of wanted to hop into the vehicles. The only way you could have made Just Cause 3 any better was if you had the llamas.
I mean, even if the vehicle handling wasn't great in Just Cause 2, there was some kind of, like, super sadistic glee at tethering an enemy to a jet and then taking off at Mach 5. What?
I'm really curious if this code is still eligible. Yeah, this is a totally eligible and usable code. Anybody that wants a free copy, anybody that wants an Xbox 360 copy of Just Cause 2, there's your code.
Bad news for you, buddy.
Yeah,
that code can't be used.
No, it's playable on Xbox One, so it can be. It's one of the games that was backwards compatible. Yeah, so it's still usable. You just input the code on an Xbox One, and then boom.
I guess I need to get an Xbox One so I can play 2 Human.
And then you get a digital copy of Just Cause 2. But anyway, that was that code. So have at it, whoever gets it. I'm pretty sure that code's still valid because it didn't have an expiration on the back. But yeah, Just Cause 3. I started this one. I didn't play a lot of it. But it was a big kind of gameplay and graphical overhaul of 2. Just Cause 1 came out on the PlayStation 2 and the original Xbox. And it was kind of rough. And then I think it might have been one of those Xbox titles where it was on Xbox and the Xbox 360, because I remember it having trophy or achievement support.
Possibly, yeah.
And then Just Cause 2 was like leagues better, and it sold well enough that Just Cause 3 happened, and then Just Cause 4 happened like 2 years later.
And now Avalanche is dead.
Now Avalanche is dead, yeah.
No Just Cause 5.
And I'm not terribly surprised by the complete pricing here. This is a game where it goes on sale pretty often, even digitally. Like, you can pick this up for $3, the complete edition. And it's worth it, I would say. It's a ton of fun. Just Cause 4 can't speak on, but Just Cause 3, the gameplay's there. I got 4 on sale in December, and it's okay, but not something I would have gotten at full price. Yeah, and that's how I feel about Just Cause 3. I'm pretty sure I got this for $5 back in the day.
I feel like there's this really interesting thing with the Just Cause series where one came out, and it's like, wow, this is a lot of promise. I hope they do something with this. Just Cause 2 comes out. They did a lot with this game. It's really good. They could still do more. Just Cause 3 comes out. This game's pretty cool, but I kind of want to play Just Cause 2 again.
Right.
Just Cause 4 comes out. This is also pretty cool,
But I kind of want to go play 3.
Just Cause 3.
Uh-huh. Yeah, and that definitely was the case. Jurassic World. This is one that this was one of the very first games I got all the trophies in, aside from, like, Telltale series.
The Lego games are so super easy.
They're fun to do platinums or complete trophy runs, or achievement runs on Xbox. Yeah.
Not specifically to Lego Jurassic World, but this is an issue across all of the games made by this studio. It is very common for them to have trophies and achievements which are bugged.
Yep.
And it's usually something around the collection or rescue of characters that you can find around the different zones. I know that there's a really big issue in the Lego Harry Potter games where NPCs you need to rescue are just like completely despawned no matter how many times you reboot the game. So you actually have to just start a new file and hope that when you get to
and
that
hope
point,
that the next time you get there, wow.
Even uninstalling does not fix it because the game will think you've rescued them, but you haven't.
I think I ran into an issue like that with Jurassic World. I couldn't tell you what exactly it was, but I do remember when pursuing the 100% achievements, it left a bad enough taste in my mouth because of a bugged achievement that I'm reluctant to do it again on PS4. Even though they put it on the like PlayStation catalog pretty often.
Yeah, I had run into some bugs in Jurassic World as well, but those fortunately I fixed just by restarting my PS4, so whatever.
I think that's what ultimately fixed mine, but I didn't realize that it would be as simple as restart the Xbox. Mad Max Xbox One. I'm kind of surprised this one is at the $10 range. And speaking of like really solid, oh no, it's Avalanche Studios again.
Yeah, it is.
Speaking of licensed games, because this came out right around the time Fury Road came out. But it's not dude from Fury Road. It's not Tom Hardy. You're playing like an original Mad Max with its own original story, and it's super solid. Like, this is kind of an underrated hit, and it's Warner Brothers games, so like same studio behind the Rocksteady Batman games. So the combat has a very Rocksteady Batman feel to it. It's solid. I need to play this one on stream, and I totally intend to at some point.
What's really funny is before their closure, Avalanche actually did work on another post-apocalyptic game like this. They actually made Rage 2, which received significantly worse overall reviews than Mad Max did.
But didn't it, like, beat it sales-wise by a pretty substantial margin? I don't remember Mad Max doing well in sales.
No, it didn't. But I think a lot of the reason why Rage 2 did well in sales is because the original Rage was so good that when people heard Rage 2 was coming out, everyone just went and pre-ordered it.
I do remember there being a lot of hype around Rage 2, and then it came out and everyone was like, oh.
Oh boy, the Phantom Pain!
Yes, the Phantom Pain, which I played up to, I think, the first visit to Africa, and then I dropped it, and I never went back and finished it. I need to, though.
Full disclosure, I think that there's a lot of stuff around Metal Gear Solid 5 that is total bullshit.
Oh, absolutely.
First and foremost, the fact that there's an entire prologue, which is kind of necessary to play, because it sets up the story of the Phantom Pain.
Talking about Ground Zeroes?
And it's released, when it released, it was like $30 or $40 on its own. And
I have Ground Zeroes digitally. I don't have Ground Zeroes physically. I wonder what Ground Zeroes is running physically. Because these are ones that I might grab them on PlayStation. Just have all of them on PlayStation.
My understanding had been that Kojima wanted to release the games, like, he wanted Ground Zeroes to actually be part of, like, Metal Gear Solid 5 Part 1, and he wanted to split it up into 3 different releases. And Konami said, no.
Okay, it shouldn't be hard to find a
we need
cheap
something
copy
to prove that people buy this.
Oh.
there was like a kind of recurring thing where Kojima just way overblew his budget for games.
Yes. Which was one of the reasons there's a big, messy Kojima-Konami split.
Metro. Phenomenal.
Phenomenal
series,
games.
both the games and the novel.
Yep.
You have a little bit of info about this one, by the way.
Very nice. I have played Redux and Last Light, so yap away, talk about it.
Okay. So
there will be spoilers, I'm assuming, for anyone that hasn't played the game if you want to, like, tune Adaro out and just look at...
No, fortunately, no
Game-O.
spoilers at all.
Oh, good. Okay. Carry on.
This is more surrounding the actual development of it. So Metro 2033 and Metro Last Light, the entire Metro series, is actually an adaptation of novels by the author Dmitry Glukhovsky. The studio that worked on this for a game, the founders of it had prior experience working on Stalker, Shadow of Chernobyl.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's why you see so many very solid, well, aside from the fact that the studio is also from Ukraine, but you see so many elements from Stalker kind of shine through within the Metro games. Dmitry Glukhovsky gave them full creative license to do whatever you want with the game, which I think was a really good call because ultimately they still made something that felt as if it belonged within
his words.
Dmitry
Yeah.
had, created.
Because they changed one of the, like, story beats in, I think it was Last Light, pretty significantly.
Yes.
And the author, I think, went on record saying, like, yeah, I kind of like what they did more than what I did.
The author himself is also really amazing. So, The Witcher game. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce the name of the author.
Oh, yeah.
But he's very conceited, very narcissistic, and was basically saying that, The Witcher video games would have never been popular if it wasn't for him and all the successes because of him. And because of that, CD Projekt Red needs to give him more money than the rights he sold to them in the 90s for $5,000.
Right.
Because he never believed they'd amount to anything. Dmitry Glukhovsky basically told him, shut the fuck up.
I do remember that story.
Not because anything you did, because you are a third-rate writer.
Damn.
He is just so amazingly based.
Monster Hunter World. It's kind of funny that we're looking at this like a week before Monster Hunter Rise.
Wild.
Yeah, again, not much value in it, which was to be expected. Monster Hunter World,
everyone has it.
Everybody has it, yeah. Because it's the up to this point still best-selling Monster Hunter game, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, though I believe Rise is rapidly closing in.
Yeah, I think that sounds right.
I have
yeah.
very mixed feelings about World. There's elements of it that I think are really cool, but some of the design choices they made, such as your weapons being so standardized, where they have a very distinct base form, and then they just like slap a couple monster details
and
on
that's why Rise has a lot of merit, because it kind of goes back to that older traditional Monster Hunter kind of formula.
It's kind of, but it also offers more distinct gameplay. The ability to slide down slopes and stuff that World first brought to the foray is very cool, and it's a much more engaging way, and it allows people to create some more interesting or unique builds. It really opened up how your weapons controlled in the world. And that's something that they further expanded on with Rise by making just even more insane ways you can use your weapon.
So,
I'm personally not getting wild.
Interesting.
And I say this as a veteran.
I know you played a lot, yeah.
For almost 20 years.
I feel like I'll probably be grabbing it, but it'll kind of hinge on how many
that is here will enjoy it.
Yeah, it kind of hinges on whether my friends get it. If I find out that yes, I've got a like full friend group that'll be playing it, I'll probably grab it. Otherwise, I'll probably wait on it.
Well, first and foremost, I don't even have a PS5, but even if I did,
oh yeah, because it's gonna be just PS5. I forgot about that.
Yep.
Yeah.
But even watching it, just something about it doesn't resonate with me. It's just
Mm.
something. I don't know what it is.
Go us.
And my funds are so my funds are so limited that I cannot justify a purchase that I am not fully certain of.
Well, talking about purchases that can't be justified today and things that are like not accessible. Overwatch. Talking about a useless piece of plastic now.
What were they thinking? Man.
By re-releasing and making it Overwatch 2.
Full disclosure, I don't like hero shooters.
Yeah, I don't either. It's why I dropped Overwatch. I can't. I don't like hero shooters. What's so funny though is there's even a disc in here. Luna was saying like, "Oh, I saw it at a thrift store." I don't even think it has a disc. It does. Origins Edition. The game was on disc.
Overwatch has significantly more value than Overwatch 2 does. Overwatch 2 is so maligned even by its own community.
Yeah.
Activision had their backstep, and they're now putting in like a legacy mode.
Yep.
It's bringing back the 6v6, but they're not changing any of the nerfs.
Yep.
So it's going to be horribly, horribly, horribly unbalanced in a 6v6 setting.
Yep.
Because you're playing characters that have been balanced for 5v5.
Yep. So characters that were busted
they
in
didn't actually balance anything.
Yeah.
They nerfed everything into the ground.
Yep, Origins Edition. This is useless.
It's nerf or nothing. That doesn't work here, Madison.
Oh god. And then another completely useless disc now.
Oh boy, which one?
The Sims 4 because it's
free.
free to play now.
On everything.
On everything, which is great, honestly. We were talking about The Sims over in Two Drink Men, and you know, the Sims, it's fun. I think it's the best Sims game since The Sims 2. Like I think more people play Sims 2 and 4 than people play, say, The Sims 1 and Sims 3.
I think that's a very accurate statement. There's definitely a lot more nostalgia or a larger player base even for Sims 2 than there is.
Well, it's because content-wise, 2 had so much more than 3. Like, 3 cut out so many things that made 2 great, and then 3 tried to do things that 2 just physically couldn't because of hardware limitations. But in the process of trying to make that into a feature, talking about like a huge single connected world for the map areas, it couldn't handle it.
Yeah.
And in The Sims 4, it's why The Sims 4 went back to individual lots, and you have to load each one. And then you'll have your, like, 16 to 20 whatever sim cap that you can have per lot. And that's your player experience.
Unethical Sims hack for everyone, by the way. Everyone knows that, like, we like to torture Sims in horrific ways, right?
As you do.
This isn't torture, but it's still completely unethical. Did you know, in The Sims 4, you are totally free to befriend anyone to the point that you can convince them to move into your house. You can then take all the money from their family when they move into your lot, and immediately after you do that, you can tell them things aren't working out and ask them to leave.
Yep, and not give them anything. Yep. I did that so many times.
500,000 simoleons in just a giant mansion. I made my sim quit their job and they just spent the rest of the time painting.
Sonic Frontiers! I need to actually go and play this one. I played the beginning. I streamed the beginning of this one, like the week it came out. And then, oh, that's a code that might be useful for something. What is that code? Let me just flip that over. The fact that it's flipped that way tells me I probably used it.
This Sims cinematic universe. I'm so excited for this first Sims movie. They're gonna have to put subtitles for the Simlish, so we'll finally be able to learn the language.
But, oh, you don't even get anything valuable out of that. It's just, like, oh, okay. Kind of panic covered that over some, like, in-game experience that you can get just from playing the game. Because that's the DLC people want. Oh, this case is already, like, not clasping together. Awesome. Thanks, Microsoft, for having the cheapest cases on the market.
I will say, I think that one of the worst things that has ever happened, and I swear it's because of Compile Heart, is now that you have those, like, boosters. Your DLC packs are now, like, your early boosters, so you can get this weapon or that weapon or the other early, and, like, this healing item pack. And I say Compile Heart because they did that with Neptunia, Agaras, all this other stuff.
Astrobot had it to where you could get the Parappa the Rapper outfit, like, early in the game. Even though it's, like, something you unlock just for playing the game in general. But if you pre-ordered, hey, you get to have it right out the box.
Yeah.
But it's locked to you until you get the outfit switch room. So it was like, and it's literally one of the first outfits you unlock too. But Sonic Frontiers, don't have much to say about that.
A whole hour early.
It's like Roger Craig Smith voices Sonic in this one. He's the current voice actor for Sonic, and he's also the voice actor for Ezio Auditore. Some people have their gripes with Roger. I think he's fine. But I also just don't have near as much of a connection with modern Sonic. Talking about, like, Sonic Colors, Sonic Mania, Frontiers, the, like, newer ones. Sonic Adventure is where it's at for me.
I would say, of the modern games, Frontiers and then Sonic X Shadow Generations are the best they have.
Yes, and I'm so glad that I went and grabbed that one. I went ahead and grabbed it for the PS5.
Otherwise, I agree with you. The adventure games are where it's at.
Mm-hmm. Titanfall!
Oh man, Titanfall. Talk about peak gaming.
Also delisted, but still playable. The servers are basically dead, but you can still pop this one into your Xbox and play it. They haven't shuttered it completely. And this is one where I went out and I bought a copy on eBay for like $5. Because I had a copy and sold that copy. Or no, I had it digitally. And then, no, because I would have still had my license for it if I had it digitally. I had it physically, and I think I gave it to my uncle. Because he bought my old Xbox One when I got the Xbox One X. And Titanfall was one of the games that I gave to him because I had it digitally and didn't need it anymore. And then EA went and delisted it.
Cool.
And so I lost that digital license. Since I didn't buy it, I was borrowing it through the EA Origins, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Origins Pass.
Yep, but totally playable still. I need to pop this one in and see what the state of the servers is at. It is not near as playable as Titanfall 2. I do know that much. And Titanfall 2 is one that I need to get hold of physically again. Because I had it physically.
Titanfall 2 was actually, in the past few years, I would say, given away for free on PlayStation Plus.
Yes, it was. And I got it for $2. Because that one goes on sale all the time. But I want it physically, so I can have it with Titanfall. So I'll probably get it physically on my Xbox.
I'm legally obligated to like Watch Dogs.
I loved Watch Dogs. I honestly kind of loved Watch Dogs. And I want to play it. I want to play it on PC just to be able to mod it and get those, like, the features that were tied down or locked out at launch because they didn't think the consoles would be able to handle it because they couldn't. But now the hardware is there, it can handle it, but it's still locked behind files.
I love when you can play a game like this. That, you know, it's a more compressed version of Chicago, right? Mm-hmm. But it still has very distinct, recognizable landmarks.
Yeah, and it's a pretty well put together map. This is like as close as we'll get to a proper modern Assassin's Creed. Watch Dogs 1 again, specifically. Like, Legions? No. Watch Dogs 1? Yes. And Watch Dogs 2, kind of, by extent.
Yeah. But again, you know, this is another example of Ubisoft does this really crazy thing where they make these like super detailed recreations of where people live. To the point, there's this really funny story about a class who went on a trip to Rome, and they got completely lost. And one of the students actually managed to guide them to where they needed to go.
Remarkable IGN.
And one of the teachers like, "How do you know where to go? Have you ever been to Rome before?" He's like, "Oh, I played Assassin's Creed."
Yeah, I played Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. What up? Oh man, if there was ever a time to talk about a game where you kick Nazi ass, 2025's year where we talk about kicking Nazi ass.
Hell yeah, brother. Bring in that Wolfenstein.
The only good Nazi is a dead Nazi.
Damn right.
Fascists deserve to have their skulls bashed in. Anywho, Wolfenstein, the Old Blood. Such striking box art, which is why I love that I have these physically. The old prices? No, the Old Blood.
Nice.
There we go. Old Blood. Okay, I was thinking these might be running a little bit higher, but that checks, so that's fine. I have tape on the back of mine for some reason. Huh. Can I get that off right now? Or, I'll fiddle with that later. Yeah, I've got like the entire modern Wolfenstein collection physically on Xbox, so I'm really happy about that. I think the only one I'm missing is New Blood, which is one where it's like the forced co-op shooter that everyone hated. So I'm okay not having that one. But there's the Old Blood, Wolfenstein: The New Order, which is also extremely striking box art. Which all of these nail it with the box art. Holy smokes. And the like reboot trilogy in general just oozes with personality. The like alternate history 1960s Americana is such a cool kind of thing to check out. Greatest hits? No, I've got just standard Xbox One. There we go. So another $7, you know, physical.
Wolfenstein as a series is so iconic that the old
Doom beta access code that's long gone. So
that the old Wolfenstein games, like the very first one, it was so iconic that it actually got reskinned dozens of times and released under other things. There is actually like a Christian game for the Super Nintendo that is just reskinned Wolfenstein. And there were like breakfast, like cereal tie-in games, which were just reskinned Wolfenstein.
I would say Wolfenstein 2 is probably the weakest of the box arts.
I'd agree with that, yeah.
Yeah, just because it's BJ Blazkowicz, and he's just kind of standing there.
The other two, like, you know, they really make you want to punch a Nazi. This game doesn't invoke the same feeling.
Yeah, this one, it's BJ.
Yes, Chex Quest. Thank you, Mom.
Yeah. The back's cool. America 1961. I didn't realize it was set in 61. I thought it was a little bit later. And complete price ever so slightly higher than Old Blood and New Order. This is one where I haven't really...
The fact that Chex Quest actually got remastered is hilarious, by the way. I
haven't played this one. Ja, ein Hot Dog. I like that it says do not make illegal copies. Well, you're in luck, Microsoft. Sony has quit production of Blu-ray, blank Blu-rays.
Yeah.
They're still going to be making, like, I've seen so much discourse, so I guess it's an interesting topic to bring up real quick. The new Colossus is almost 8 years old? What? Excuse me? I thought this came out like 4 years ago.
Tops. You're gonna have to ban Orca for that one.
Yeah, if you're gaslighting me, the original,
even
maybe.
You're not gaslighting us.
Yeah, that's not okay.
No, you can't come in here with this information.
Jesus Christ.
Making people feel old is my thing, and I specifically choose things that are older than 15 years old. Because it's more believable.
Oh, it did come out in 2017. God, that COVID time warp. I swear.
For real.
What was I saying? Wait, what was I talking about?
I don't know, it's the Alzheimer's. Orca just hit you
I
with
know.
that fucking
As soon as I remember how old and fragile I am, I
discombobulation.
forget. I forgot. It had to have had something to do with Wolfenstein now. Yeah, I can't remember. Anyway, I'll wake up at 3 a.m. and I'll remember. Hot dog. Hot dog, get your hot dogs. Final Fantasy VIII, it's all coming back to me. So glad Zell finally got his hot dogs. But, shit, yeah, I was gonna say something. Anyway. Guess it doesn't matter. That is it for the Xbox One games. Do you want to go PS3? Or do you want to go backwards compatible Xbox 360 to keep the Xbox theming going?
Let's do 360.
Alright, backwards compatible Xbox 360 coming
Honestly,
right
while
up.
we've been talking, I've been noshing on some snacks. So I still need to go through and
I
do
thought I
PS3
heard some
stuff.
crunch.
I
But,
mean, popcorn, I'm sorry.
I'll be back in a few. While I grab this big ass stack of games, because this will be probably our second biggest collection after the PS2.
It's a pretty sizable collection. I'm looking at the picture
Yeah.
right now.
Mm.
The absolute girth of it. I'm sorry, chat. That was uncalled for.
I call things
you know,
girthy all the time. Just go back and watch the Katamari pods.
Girthy. I recently discovered I'm able to do a voice that when I say very specific things, it makes one of my other friends want to, like, vomit, and it's great, and I weaponize it against him all the time. I'm a being of chaos. So we've been going through Chewie's games. What would you say to the people in chat still? What was your favorite game on the Xbox One? I've never owned one, so I can't weigh in on this, but I'm curious to see what you guys think. In the meantime, I'm going to keep adding to my list. No? Nothing? Not a single game?
Here, I'm gonna unmute. I don't know how well I'll be able to be heard, but for me, it was always Halo the Master Chief Collection.
Fair.
Just because in regards to, like, value for your buck, can't be beat, especially today.
That is not true, though, because Konami is releasing the Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days collection, which is like 14 games.
Damn
and it's like $45.
Damn you, Konami!
Yeah, Konami actually did something good for once. We've actually been getting really spoiled with
Re-releases?
yeah, like specific remasters like that.
We really have, like, the Legacy of King one, I think that one kind of came out of nowhere.
Oh yeah, it looks great.
The fucking thing? Like, I don't think anybody was ready for the thing to get a remaster.
No, nobody was ready for that.
And it's a super solid one too. Like, kind of put Legacy of Kain to shame.
Mm-hmm. Though them doing this, the Soul Reaver games makes me very hopeful that they're going to do the Blood Omen games at some point too.
Yes, yeah. Or maybe even like a soft revival.
I would actually be okay if they did like a remake of the original Blood Omen, because that one's pretty clunky for like today's standards.
Uh-huh. Alright, I've got a lot of backwards compatible Xbox 360 games, so I gotta figure out how I'm doing this.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
Carefully, that's how you do it.
Yeah, for real. Let me go A to D first, and then like I'll do it in batches.
Mm-hmm. What you do is you hope and pray that Patches doesn't step in front of you as you're moving.
No, I'm already back at the desk. He's off somewhere. I have no idea where. It's a little terrifying. Ooh. But yeah, like, you'd ask like everyone's favorite Xbox One game. I would say the majority of my viewers are PlayStation, if they're a console gamer. Or they're mostly on Switch. Because a lot of them are PC gamers. But
yeah, I was very selective in what I chose to do these little tidbits for.
mm-hmm.
Because we yap a lot as it is, and if we did, you'd be here for like 10 hours.
Mm-hmm. And if we can like keep it to 4 hours like yesterday, that'd be great. If we go longer, I'm okay with that. But we're starting off pretty strong with Ace Combat 6 Fires of Liberation, which I'll be streaming very soon. Once I finish Metal Gear Solid or Halo 2, Ace Combat 6 will be the next one. And this is one that I only got physically within the last like couple of months. And I feel like it's one that soon it's gonna start to climb in price.
Possibly.
Because the only way to get hold of it now is physically. And it had been delisted years ago. The only reason so many people got it digitally recently was because the Ace Combat 7 pre-order for the Xbox version. PlayStation players got a digital copy of Ace Combat 5. Xbox players got a digital copy of Ace Combat 6 Fires of Liberation, which is my personal favorite Ace Combat. But I think content-wise, Ace Combat 5 has it beat, so PlayStation kind of got the better deal there. But it got a lot of people like into Ace Combat 6, which the game didn't have that before, and I'm glad that it kind of got a new lease on life thanks to Ace Combat 7. And it's a personal favorite of mine. But set that down. Jumping right into a Platinum Hits copy of Assassin's Creed. I don't like the Xbox 360 Platinum's hit cases. They are...
No, the Platinum's hit cases are...
they are so ugly.
They kind of remind me of... in Japan, they have a specific collection of games for anything PlayStation, and it's specifically called PlayStation the Best. Let me find an example of it to show it to you.
I think I know the ones that you're talking about, but it does the same thing where it makes it the smaller. It's got like a yellow trim around it or something.
Yeah,
it's kind of a bright color.
Yeah. So it's like a completely white background.
Assassin's Creed 1 Platinum Hits. I want to see if they specifically have Assassin's Creed 1 Platinum Hits. Yep. Yeah, for $5. About what I expected. Assassin's Creed 1, though, got one of the better examples of an Xbox One X enhanced title. And I like that they retain the original back box art. They don't scrunch it down like the front. So that's all original. I do like the kind of silvery, kind of gray of the cases. I prefer that to the green of most Xbox titles. Like Xbox used
really
this.
like the silver cases.
Yeah, if they kept this for everything, I wouldn't be so upset. But it's kind of like PlayStation 3, the greatest hits, where they put all the PS3 greatest hits games in like these really really bright red cases. And okay, yeah, I've seen those. PlayStation 3, the best.
I actually have that exact one on my shelf. It is vile.
Nice. But Assassin's Creed 1, it got a really good Xbox One X patch. So it plays natively 4K. Basically, they updated the Xbox 360 to where it emulated the PC port, essentially, with the Xbox button prompts, for a lack of better ways of describing it. It's one of those Xbox having that very early win with backwards compatibility that made the Xbox One, the One X, and I guess by extension the Series X so valuable. Just for like big libraries, because I've got a big Xbox library, and a lot of it is Xbox 360, and thankfully a good chunk of my games are backwards compatible with enhancements. Let me put that down. And then we've got the Ezio games, so Assassin's Creed 2.
We've already talked quite a bit about Assassin's Creed, so I'm just gonna let you do your thing.
Yeah, I'll probably fly through a lot of these too. Which Assassin's Creed, I streamed that one. I did not save the VODs, so it's one that I'll probably revisit at some point. Assassin's Creed 2 was one of the very first where I saved the VOD series over on YouTube, so you can go back and watch that entire series. It was in my pre-PNG tubing days, and oh my god, yes, I love it. The discs are on the right fucking side. It's not that Xbox One garbage where the disc is over here. Why did they do that? Because they still do it. That's what kills me, is that they're still doing it. Oh, and we had an advertisement for Splinter Cell Conviction, which I have that digitally. But yeah, Assassin's Creed 2. It's my pre-PNG, so it's like gaming headset mic, streaming directly from the Xbox Series X. It's a pretty rough VOD series to go back to and watch, but it's like my humble beginnings with VOD archival efforts. And then Brotherhood, which I don't expect any of these to have any sort of value, again, because there are just so many copies out there. And I would say most of these, with them being backwards compatible titles, they've probably maintained a pretty low kind of sell value, just because those copies are still floating around, still very playable today, and there's not like huge demand for it. And then most of these I bought brand new from like GameStop. These were allowance money kind of games, or I'd grab one, once in a blue moon at Walmart. Assassin's Creed Revelations, which we played the Xbox 360 ports of Revelations and Brotherhood. We did not play the Ezio Collection versions, which I have those digitally. The Ezio Collection's another one that I want to kind of grab it on disc, just to have it physically for the collection. And Revelation's another one. You can find it pretty easy, $5, $6 a pop. So if you're looking for good games for cheap, can't recommend the Ezio Assassin's Creed games enough. What do we got next? Oh, another Assassin's Creed. This time it's Assassin's Creed 3, which will be the next one that I go and stream. I had teased that I was going to start it again back in December, because it's been up to this point about a year since the last Assassin's Creed stream that I did, so we're a bit overdue on it. But I'll be playing the Xbox 360 port, not the remaster, because the remasters do some like funky HDR stuff, and it's a bit of a diminished. Where's my disc? Oh, I have it in my Xbox. Oh no, my multiplayer access code that you can't use anymore. Because the multiplayer servers are offline. Yeah, so there's that. Getting into some delisted games, and also games where I don't have the original cases, which is a little upsetting. I need to get some replacement Xbox 360 cases. I didn't get like 10 packs for a couple bucks. Because I got a 5 or a 10 pack, something like that, of PS4 cases to replace some of the mangled ones that I bought secondhand. Because I'm the kind of collector where I like having the nicest presentation for the disc possible. I don't know how everybody else treats their games, but I like having a good presentation. I think this is even one of those like third-party PlayStation 1 cases or PlayStation 2 cases. This isn't a DVD case, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think this is a standard DVD case. I mean, it is, but it isn't. But anyway, Bad Company, don't have much to say about that one. Bad Company 2, I do the Platinum Hits one of this, and this is one of the better Platinum's Hits cases, where it's not the scrunched down box art, it's the full box art. So this is a little bit nicer. Like, I want more of these, not the Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, that one's not bad.
Yeah, this one's not as bad. Like, just having platinum hits up in the top, that doesn't bother me as much.
On the normal banner, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
They could also put it like on the spine and then just give it the silver case, or even the silver case is pretty evident that it's a platinum hit.
It is on the spine, actually.
Is it?
Yep, it's a silver spine to let you know it's platinum hits. And platinum hits titles, for those that maybe have never been physical collectors, these were games that towards the end of the game life cycles, or like after the game's made gold or platinum sales numbers, they would get re-released as these platinum hits, greatest hits on PlayStation, player's choice if it was GameCube, and they would sell it at a marked down price. And it was a way
it's basically
to...
the same thing as... Sorry.
It would bump those sales numbers for the end of, end of shelf life for the game.
It's basically the same thing as studios releasing a game as the Game of the Year edition, even when it didn't win Game of the Year.
Yep. Battlefield 3, also not in original casework. Interesting, they put it in a secondhand dual case setup, and it has all the paperwork, manuals, all that stuff intact. So this would just be a case where I need to get a dual disc case for it. But Battlefield 3, Bad Company 2, and Battlefield 3, all of these have had their multiplayer shuttered on Xbox and PlayStation, so you cannot play the multiplayer online anymore. You can still play the single players, but you cannot go back and play the multiplayer anymore. So these have probably severely lost value as a result of that, because you're only getting the campaigns, which are kind of lackluster. But Battlefield 3, solid. I do need to grab this on PC, because the PC version is so much better, and it's still playable. The only downside is that you have to launch the game through EA Origins. You can't play it through Steam. You can't play it through Epic Games. You have to play it through EA's own launcher. Battlefield or Battle Stations Midway we talked about yesterday in the Volume 1 collection, so we're gonna skip that one. Battle Stations Pacific, though, we will talk about that one. Which, this was another one where I played the crap out of it when I was younger. And this is a secondhand case. It was not a Kinect compatible game. Ignore that I have it in a Kinect case. This disgusting purple. This is another one where I'll need like a replacement case to put it in. But really neat, third person, over the top, varying viewpoint strategy game where you control entire fleets and go against players, bots, whatever. And it is backwards compatible. And as you can see here on price charting, complete in box, $20. So one of the more kind of valuable back compatible 360 games in my library at the moment. And I couldn't tell you why that is. And then I've got a sticker I need to remove on here, but BioShock Ultimate Rapture Edition. These are backwards compatible despite remasters coming out on Xbox One and PS4, which I have those as well. But I've got these, the Rapture Editions, which I thought was interesting. Let me see. BioShock Ultimate Rapture Edition. And as you can see, I probably paid $30 new for it from GameStop. Let's see here. And value's gone down, so complete, $14. There's some pretty neat stuff in here, though. I think there might have been an art book, or maybe it had a code for all the DLC. But it's one of these fold-out cases, dual disc. You got the game disc, you got the bonus content for BioShock and BioShock 1. So pretty nice value there. This was definitely the collection to grab before the remasters came out. Now I would say skip these, just get the remasters. They'll play a little nicer, look a little nicer, and you'll see those out in the wild more often anyway.
I do have something pretty interesting specifically about BioShock 2.
I have not played BioShock 2, so if it's spoilery...
Nothing spoiler.
Okay, carry on.
I tried to be very careful to not include spoilers.
Oh, okay, cool. For myself and for others.
Yes.
Nice.
So,
thank you.
The design philosophy that they went into when they initially started working on BioShock 2 is the first thing they absolutely had to tackle were the major critiques of BioShock 1, namely being how restrictive or, just jittery or stiff controls were. That is one of the very first things they focused on. The second major thing they focused their critique on was mini-games like the hacking minigame in BioShock 1 just was not great. So they worked on that as well. The most important thing they did is, this is one that a lot of people were upset by, is just how little you could actually explore Rapture.
Oh, mm-hmm.
And so that is why there are so many great segments of BioShock 2 where you can see Rapture from so many different perspectives, so you can get a really good look at this, underwater metropolis.
Did the remasters add a developer commentary mode where it's like a passive walkthrough of Rapture and it's developer commentary? I could have sworn that was a mode.
I'm not sure because I've not played the remasters yet. I've only played the original.
And Infinite, it's another, you can find it pretty cheap nowadays. It goes for all the BioShocks. Hey,
yeah,
another
pretty easily available.
Another gross platinum hit. This time Call of Duty 2, which we talked about somewhat at length yesterday,
yes.
with how it was an Xbox 360 exclusive.
Okay. Can we talk about how hilarious this particular case is, though, really quick?
Yeah, go for it.
Xbox 360, Xbox Live, Platinum Hit, Special Edition, Call of Duty. What is that?
bonus
Number
DVD.
one World War II shooter on Xbox 360 includes bonus. How many fucking labels do you need on this?
This has got that, like, includes Dante from Hit Devil May Cry series kind of energy.
Dante from the Devil May Cry series. That is what this is, but
Yep.
it's not a shitpost. Someone looked at this and went,
Yup, that's
Yes.
the one.
someone signed off on this.
But it does. It's got a little bonus DVD, which I don't think I've ever taken out of the sleeve. And I got this brand new, probably for $10, because it was at Walmart.
I wonder if that's like the dev commentary kind of thing, because this is the era, or the
It's
era where they
probably, if I had to guess, more military channel stock footage with some narration by who knows who. It wouldn't be Mark Hamill. I think it was the All-State guy for Call of Duty 2.
That's all state then.
Yeah. And I'm trying to see if it says anything about the bonus DVD on back. It just says behind the scenes with developer in Infinity Ward. So maybe it is like developer commentary stuff. And then Rangers Lead the Way, historical account of the assault on Point du Hoc, and then select mission walkthroughs with developer commentary. Okay. So yeah, you do get some developer stuff, and then a production art gallery, so you can see probably
That's pretty
concept
cool.
art and stuff.
I actually do
Yeah.
like the production gallery kind of
That's
thing.
something that was kind of forgotten in the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 era. It's why I always get giddy when I pop a PS2 disc in, because a lot of them on disc will have art galleries or like trailers for other games, especially licensed video games. Like all the Star Wars games have that.
Yes.
But try not to spend too much time on Call of Duty. Call of Duty 3, I've got a pretty mangled case. I need to get these stickers off. These are thankfully on the outside. They are not on the spine. Otherwise, I wouldn't have them on the case. Or,
Like
or I
that
wouldn't have it on the
mini
shelf.
heart attack with Transformers.
Oh god, that was upsetting. And then I had such a big sigh of relief.
And then such a relief, yeah.
Yep. That felt good. Surprising that it's got like $11. I would have expected this to be another $5 pick it up pretty much anywhere kind of title. Mine's complete in box. I've got the manual, and it is like full kind of manual. A lot of it's credits, but you know, it is a manual. Manuals really took a hit during the PS3 and 360 era too.
Yes, they did.
And then they're all but extinct nowadays. Like you'll probably, like, for a PS5, you're the manual? Damn, no, you're the manual.
Some real Keanu Reeves energy right there.
Yeah. But, like, you buy an Xbox One or a PS5 game today, you'll get the DLC, little packet codes, and that'll be it. All the legal information will be printed on the inside of the box art. Yep, Call of Duty 3, not much to say about that one. I did stream that one, but that was also before I was doing VOD archive saving. Got a sticker to remove on Call of Duty 4 Game of the Year Edition, which we were talking about, those Game of the Year editions. But in this case, Call of Duty 4 probably did earn, like,
Yes,
multiplayer
I'm
Game of the
pretty
Year
sure
that year.
That did.
Yeah. And I wonder if they have a, like, separate Game of the Year. They do, actually. Oh, that's for PlayStation. What about Xbox 360? Yep, there we go. $7 complete, which I'm pretty sure mine is. Because I would have bought this brand new at Walmart. Or no, I got this pre-owned at GameStop. Never mind. It's pre-owned sticker. Faded away, but pre-owned. Great game. All of these, again, I should add, are backwards compatible, so there are some varying degrees of enhancement for most of these titles. And with Call of Duty 4, it's kind of interesting, because not only do you have the original, but you also have Modern Warfare 4, or Call of Duty 4 remastered on the Xbox One. So you've got two different versions that I can play on the same box, which is always neat. Same with Modern Warfare 2. It's talking about that shitpost kind of style. I think this is one that, yeah, I got it $5 at a thrift store. Hey, Baby Dash, long time no
Selling
see. Hope you're
Xbox
doing well.
360. What does that say? The best-selling Xbox 360 something of all time.
Franchise of all time. Really riding off of that like short window of exclusivity that Xbox had with Call of Duty 2. And then I don't know what version to call this, because it's gonna show me like, oh, I bet it's this best-selling. Yeah, except it would be Xbox. Cliffhanger demo. There's so many different versions. Wow. Greatest hits, and then it's getting into like new Modern Warfare 2. Anyway, it's another one of those you can find it pretty cheap. Like, I got it slightly lower than the complete, which I don't know if mine, yeah, mine's complete. Okay. $5. I just need to get that sticker taken off, and then she's good to go. And then Modern Warfare 3, which I haven't played this one again in years. I need to play OG MW3.
I really fell off of Call of Duty at Modern Warfare 2.
I did too.
Because I got
like
to
after
the ending of that. And
after
like,
Modern Warfare 2, yeah.
I got to the ending of Modern Warfare 2, and I was kind of just like, did I just play the exact same game twice? And then I never looked back.
Yep. And that's how I felt with Modern Warfare 3. Because Modern Warfare 2 felt like a cinematic upgrade to Modern Warfare. Oh, hey, Moz. Welcome in. It felt like an update to Modern Warfare, but Modern Warfare 3 didn't feel like as much of a jump. I do remember the hype surrounding it, though. And then how that hype kind of rapidly fell off.
It
and
felt
then
like they were just trying to copy 2 again. Like,
yeah.
And I think that was a pretty early indicator of where Call of Duty as a series was going, where every new entry is just iterative of the previous one.
Yeah, more or less. And that's what happens when you have a franchise that goes onto that annual release window. It doesn't matter how many studios you have running it, it's still an annual Call of Duty game. You're gonna get fatigued. But World at War, one that a lot of people really love now, I've, like, World at War I've kind of lost some of my interest in just because of how historically inaccurate it is. To, like, almost comical degrees. It's not as bad as Call of Duty Vanguard with how, like, disrespectfully inaccurate it is. But it had points that were like head scratchers for sure. And I got some gunk right here I need to clean off at some point. Actually, that's sticker residue coming off. Oh, look, it just comes right off. So that'll be easy enough to clean up. But other than that, pretty decent. None of these Call of Duties have value, by the way. Should remind folks, yeah. With how many copies sold.
So many millions of them were sold. There's no value at all.
And then Black Ops. I have mine displayed on my shelves in like series order, not hard release order. So I got the Modern Warfares and then the Black Ops, which World at War falls under the Black Ops umbrella. Black Ops I actually really enjoy now. I replayed it last year, and I had a ton of fun with it. And this was one of the, like, earlier examples of them getting celebrities to appear in the games. World at War had them too, but Gary Oldman, high patches. Alright, I'll set Black Ops on you. But Gary Oldman was in World at War, and then he returned for Black Ops. And then Black Ops also got Ice Cube. Ice Cube was in Black Ops 1. Yes, it's our boy Patches. Here, let me hide price charting for a second so we can get a better look at our boy. Hi, Patches.
The real star of the stream has arrived.
Yeah, he finally said, "All right, They've been going 2.5 hours. It's time. I gotta generate the interest. I gotta wake people up so that I can sleep. Because that's exactly what he's doing. But yeah, Black Ops. Not too much to say about that. You wanna hold it? You wanna hold Black Ops?
He's considering.
Biting the corner. Oh, what a great image though. Just Patches knocked out with Black Ops.
He died from mediocrity.
Here, what about Black Ops 2? Does that awaken you?
He's more a fan of 2.
What about 2? Do you like 2, Patches? Which I need to throw price charting back up on there. Oh, he's typed 00000 Patches. Are you a machine?
He's trying. He is screaming in binary.
Call of Duty Black Ops 2, which will be another like bargain bin. You can pick up a copy for $5. The servers on Black Ops 2 are in an interesting position, and actually no, complete box $17. That has been the most valuable Call of Duty we've looked at so far. Wow.
Aren't they up to like Black Ops 6 or some shit?
Yes, Black Ops 6 is the one that we are currently on. Yeah, and it kind of came and went. I remember trailers for it, and then it came out, and everyone was like, "Oh, it's just more Call of Duty." Because like it would be anything else. All right, Patches, you get to hold Dark Souls now. How does that one feel? Is that a crispy case? I am really curious how Dark Souls values now, like the original console ports, not the remaster. Because the remaster, I see it physically for $10 pretty regularly. Okay, and 360, same case. What about on PlayStation? Better value there, because I've got it on PlayStation as well. Nope. But Dark Souls runs like poop on the PS3 and the Xbox 360. It's one that, when it was made backwards compatible on the Series X, it did get a stable 30 FPS for like Blighttown, which is one of the big struggle bus areas in Dark Souls. And what have you been up to since my last appearance? Man, bit of this, a bit of that. Doing a lot of retro game room stuff at the moment. So we're playing Final Fantasy VI. We're playing Metal Gear Solid. And then we got Patches here. So let me turn off price charting again. Get our boy. Let him get his attention that he so desperately desires. But yeah, just life. Hi, buddy. You're in the way. How long you plan on staying here, you big chunker? Oh, you love the head scratches. He loves when I clear the desk off for him, because it means he can plop down. And then the last one of this little batch, but Dragon Age Origins, which I got this one just recently.
Speaking of games that run like ass on 360.
Right? This
Speaking
one's
of
backwards
games that
compatible,
run
and
like
it
ass-
runs better now. Well, that too. Like, even PC port's not stellar. Patches, you good? Let me prop that up there for a second. Let me get price charting pulled back up. Because I got this for 50 cents at that yard sale. This was one of those games. And I imagine it's another $5. Tons of copies floating around. Kind of games. Dragon Age Origins, Xbox 360, yep, sure enough. $6.53 average. So 50 cents, got it for a steal. And complete in box. I was surprised that it was only one disc. I thought the game would be bigger and it would be a multi-disc kind of release. And then let me flip through this manual. It's black and white, but it is pretty comprehensive, so not terrible. But that is that little wave. Let me go put these back on the shelf, and I'll come back with wave 2, and then we'll continue.
And now we get to enjoy Cat while Chewie is doing that. That is one face on. Oh my god. So how are you doing today, Moz?
Just chilling.
Just chilling.
Tried, I was hell diving a little bit before. Wasn't going all that great.
Nice. Oh
Just,
no. What's the current what are they called?
The today's personal order is kill three I forget what the hell they're called, but the bot tanks. So I was like, you know what? That sounds like I don't want to do that.
I understand that feeling so much. Log into a game. What are my daily quests? Looks like I don't have it.
All right, I have returned. So let me
Welcome back.
reach over here. Price charting, because yoinking the boy out of here.
That's a clip on its own right there.
Oh, I love patches. But next up, we'll be looking at
Thought behind those
Horse
letters.
Armor, the video game. I mean, Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. Which I've got the complete Game of the Year edition. Which, patches, don't knock over the cases, please. Thank you.
What was that, like $3.50 or something for the
Oh,
Horse
god
Armor?
dang it.
That is the game we have to blame for microtransactions.
Yep, it's the legend, the infamous title that isn't part of the infamous series. Bad joke.
Watching the delay of hearing what's happening and then seeing
Yep.
the actual thing happen.
Oh
It
god.
is very fun.
Hello, Red. But Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. I don't actually know what the like. I don't know where to try and. I would say $10, maybe. That could be me being generous. So for Elder Scrolls 4, it did sell a ton of copies. Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Game of the Year edition. $10. I was right on the money. Hey.
Nice.
But yeah, everything's in
Elder
there.
Scrolls always
It's multi-disc. I should add that. So on both Xbox 360 and the Xbox One, you would pop in the play disc, and then you would pop in the DLC disc, and that would give you all of your DLC. But just like Skyrim, it's got a fold-out map of the Shimmering Isles, province of Cyrodiil. Very nice map. All paper, though. But I miss game inserts like this, where it was a map that you could frame and like do stuff with if you wanted. Red Dead Redemption, the Grand Theft Auto games, they all do that too. We need more of that. Like, I would love an edition of like Elden Ring with a fold-out map. That would be so cool. And what do we got? Hey, Fable!
Yoinking the boy!
Patches, quit trying to knock over my tower of games beside me. That's not a cheek rest for you to rub your face on. Patches, no, stop. I said specifically not to do that. Go play somewhere else. Go terrorize Rhea. Go bomb a village.
Go what now?
Go crash another plane in DC.
Oh no.
Get out of here.
Can we say that?
Wait a minute. Is that too soon? Oh no.
Oh,
Oh, hey, Patches! No, don't chew on that! He started to gobble down one of the joysticks for my 360, like deep throating it. Good lord. Oh man,
Something's wrong with that boy.
that boy ain't right.
That
Fable
boy
2,
is right.
surprised at the Fable 2 being 10 for a complete. Wow. That's one where I would have expected 5, sort of like Call of Duty, just with how many copies are out there.
You are going to either love or hate the thing I have to say about the next game.
Oh, about Fable 3?
Yes.
Lay it on me, because here we go, Fable 3.
Let's go.
Which,
Okay.
honestly, my favorite Fable by default, just because it's the one I put the most time into.
So, this is one where I kind of have to do, I guess, spoilers. Not like really story thing, but just how
I've
the game
completed the
operates.
game, so I'm
Oh,
okay.
okay.
But chat,
So
spoilers
I'm
for
totally
Fable
not-
3. The
I'm
hit
not sorry,
Peter
chat.
Molyneux
The
game.
isn't good. Do not play it.
It's really not.
So, the reason this game is the way it is Molyneux approached it with this philosophy. Why do games always end right at the most exciting part where you defeat the big villain and then the credits roll? So he decided instead that the first half of the game is going to be you overthrowing the evil king, and the second half is going to be you ruling.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, Peter Molyneux was a fucking idiot and didn't realize that is exactly why games end after you beating the villain.
Yeah. Fallout 3 Game of the Year edition. I got this before. I got this before Fallout 4 came out. So I think I have a perfectly usable Fallout 4 digital code that I might flash on screen for anyone to use if they want to try their luck at a copy of Fallout 3. Which,
Man, I really do love Fallout.
yeah, Fallout 3 $11 as well. Surprising. I guess I never thought of Bethesda games retaining that kind of value. What was on disc 2 again? Oh yeah, it's like Oblivion, where all the DLC is on that second disc. Oh, and the manuals. The manuals are like a little condensed version of the Vault Dweller's Survival Guide. And by that, I mean it's literally just the gameplay controls. And that's all you get. Yeah, you get the game and all the DLC. Pretty good value. It's one of those, like, essential Xbox 360 games, I would say. And I'm gonna put a knock on PlayStation. Not because, PlayStation's bad. But, Bethesda definitely had favoritism towards Xbox 360 during this era as well. Where the Xbox 360 ports were generally better optimized.
Yes.
All the data was on the Blu-ray on PlayStation, but it ran better on Xbox.
And a lot of that has to do with the actual architecture of the PlayStation 3.
Yeah. The PS3 was difficult to develop on. Yeah.
It's also why there's specific bugs, like for Skyrim, where your saves would just mysteriously be deleted.
And it's only on the PS3.
And you're playing a Bethesda game, so game-breaking bugs are to be expected.
They're not bugs, they're features.
Fucking at this point.
Yeah. What was I gonna say?
Oh, see, this is another nice Platinum Hits one.
Yeah, where it doesn't scrunch down. And that's...
Unfortunately, it's a green case.
Yeah, it is. Which I don't know. The Xbox cases are so, inconsistent with their it's another nightmare kind of console to collect for, just because you have so many different okay, so I see Ultimate Edition, and that's $25.74 complete, which, wow. But this is a Platinum Hits version. Does that apply to this version as well? Also, my case appears to have suffered some
I hated that.
some
that was
damage.
The freaking worst.
Yeah, the cases were very poorly made.
Those prongs break so easy.
They really do, and it doesn't matter what platform. The ones for PlayStation 2 are bad. The Xbox 360 ones are bad.
Regular
There we go.
TV.
Ultimate Edition Platinum Hit. So it's still at $20 value, which is wild for New Vegas. I wonder if the Fallout games jumped up in value after the Fallout show came out.
Ever so slightly.
There's always some correlation. Not a lot, but some. Hey, Far Cry 3. One of the best Far Cry games, if not the best.
Hey, it's Nacho.
Everyone loves Voss.
They really do. Far Cry
They
3.
love Voss so much that he got his own story DLC. Takes place after the events of Far Cry.
With Far Cry 6, yeah.
Yes.
Yep. I'm trying to see, oh yeah, it also got remastered with Classic Edition. I didn't know it got a physical release. Huh.
Yeah.
Cool. Oh, and then, here, we've got a, box example of it. I'll show that off. Because I don't have any of these cases, and thank fuck that I don't. But the, backwards compatible Xbox 360, they, re-released a lot of them on Xbox One. But they still have to put Xbox 360 on the packaging so that you know it's an Xbox 360 game. But it's for the Xbox One, so that and then I don't know if these discs work on Xbox 360. I can't imagine why they wouldn't, but the packaging is horrendous.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
As hell.
This isn't Platinum Hits. What version is this? Is this a Walmart edition? Oh, it's a Walmart edition, which has a little bit more value. $15.45 for a complete. Wow. Interesting.
The Walmart edition.
Oh no, my
Walmart
Uplay
album.
passport. Hope no one takes that.
Oh no.
And Gears of War 2, which my box art looks like it's got some water damage. Oh well. But Gears of War
Gears
2.
of War, the carbine slaughter simulator.
I almost
Carmine,
just
sorry.
typed Carmine Slaughter after you said that. Gears of War 2. Which, we got Gears of War E-Day coming out, so this is a series that is kind of making a comeback, at the cusp of a comeback.
I'm so happy that I'm a PlayStation player going into 2025.
Mm.
Because once I get a PlayStation 5, I'm just going to be able to play E-Day on that.
Alright, Gears of War 2, Xbox 360. Not too much value there.
Oh,
Oh,
there's
shady biting red. And mine isn't even complete in box, so this would be somewhere between $4 or $5 for just the game in the case. What do we have now? Oh, Liberty City, Grand Theft Auto 4, which I have this across a couple of platforms now too. I've got it on Xbox 360, which is the definitive console version to play now. I should add, all of these backwards compatible Xbox 360 games, the Xbox 360 version is more or less the definitive console experience now, just because of those Xbox console enhancements. And I'm so upset that I don't have the manual or the map for Grand Theft Auto 4.
Yeah.
I think it's the only one where I don't have, unless I've got them on the PS3, which whenever we get to my PS3 collection, we'll have to check. But Grand Theft Auto 4, Xbox 360, so it'd be between 7 and 10, I would say, for the game in case. And then I do have a very mangled case with a lot of stickers and junk on it. All of it on the outside of the case, thankfully. But the episodes from Liberty City, so all the DLC on a disc. And I have this on PS3 as well, so this is one where I've got it across multiple consoles. Episodes from Liberty City. And this is Xbox 360 Platinum Hits, specifically. Here we go. So it would be sitting between 9 and 10 as well, I would say. I do have the manual. I don't have the map. I don't know if this would have come with the map back in the day. I think they maybe expected you to have the map from Grand Theft Auto 4, so perhaps not. Halo
that's entirely
Reach,
possible.
which my copy of Halo Reach is specifically the Halo Reach that came bundled with the Legendary Edition.
Oh, that's so weird seeing a black case for a 360.
It came with the black case, and this is the case that it came in. I didn't swap the cases at any point.
weird.
Yeah. Well, they wanted to keep that dark kind of military aesthetic.
I like that.
Yeah, they wanted to keep that dark military aesthetic for, like, being bundled in with the Legendary Edition. And I still have the box and everything, so that's some pretty significant value for that box. Like, I'm pretty sure I've got the box in my closet, and I've got magazines, Game Informer magazines piled up in it. Game Informer. And then I've got the limited edition, like, black box. I have that on my shelf somewhere. That alone, 45 in value for the complete. Trying to see if it like will show me just the game in the black case, because that's got to be a different. I'm gonna assume it would be. But yeah, you can see it right there. It's in a black case. It's not in that Xbox green. Oh, you know what? I don't think mine is a complete anymore, because I don't have this foam insert anymore. So,
oh no, you threw away the foam.
I
It's
threw away the
valueless
foam
now.
insert. Yep, it's useless. I do have the statue. It's
You
on my shelf. You saw that when I sent you the pictures. Let me click out of that. But still, even without the foam, you're looking at between. Yeah, most of it's there, so I would still say that complete price is pretty accurate. That, like, the mega collectors would bitch that I don't have the foam, but they would be the only ones. How dare you? Yeah. Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary. Fucking hate this one. Mostly because of the anniversary graphics. I do appreciate that they, like, made Combat Evolved available on the Xbox 360 again. Like it wasn't backwards compatible. But yeah, like, with it being based off the Gearbox port, it's not a great version. But complete box, $11, checks out. I've still got the like Halo Reach little DLC code inserts with your Xbox Live Gold trial, and it had the DLC maps for Halo Reach. They had a couple of the remake maps from Combat Evolved in the Reach engine. Really well done. Better than what they did with Halo 2 Anniversary, where they remade Halo 2 maps in the Halo 4 engine. And then Halo 3, I've got a really solid edition of Halo 3, I think. I want to say I've got it complete. We'll find out. And not that Halo 3 has retained much of a value.
Not really.
And no, mine's not a complete in box, because it would have come with an insert of artwork of Thelvadam and the Master Chief hanging out together. But check out this manual. I love the Halo 3 manual.
Yeah.
One of the last, like, holy shit, like the whole vehicle section. One of the last truly great Xbox 360 Halo manuals. And I love that art of Chief and Cortana. Great game. Love Halo 3. And then you got Halo 3 ODST, which was more of Halo greatness. My personal favorite.
This is what I do have a thing for, too.
Yep, Halo 3 ODST, my personal favorite. And they had one where it was bundled with Forza Motorsport 3. I was talking about that version the other day. So on the front side, it's Halo 3 ODST, and on the back side, it's Forza Motorsport 3. But you get them bundled together, and it's 3-disc because Halo 3 ODST is a multi-disc release.
So, something really cool about ODST is that when it started development, it was only supposed to be a really small project, like DLC that you could have purchased for Halo 3. And it was only supposed to be that so it could act as a filler in the gap between releases of Halo 3 and Halo Reach. But as they went through and they started fleshing out these characters, your ODST members, the game grew to the point where it became a standalone title.
And it was going to be Halo 3
comparable to
Recon.
other Halo games.
Yeah, it was going to be Halo 3
Um,
Recon, and then it got reworked into ODST.
But to reflect the fact that it was originally going to be like a little DLC for 3, that is why it is still Halo 3.
Yep. And we had that conversation briefly when I was streaming Halo Combat Evolved, where somebody came in, I can't remember who it was, but they were calling it a glorified DLC. They didn't call it a glorified DLC, but they like made it was supposed to be a DLC claim. And I disagreed. I always knew development-wise it was kind of a side project that grew into what could be comparable to a DLC, but I consider Halo 3 ODST its own experience.
It is a full game.
It is a
piece of
full
content to just be DLC.
It's got a
full
campaign that
expansion,
is
maybe?
it's a campaign that is just as long, if not longer, than Halo 3's. And a story that, to me personally, was more engaging than 3's. I forgot Halo 4 was 2-disc, but this is like late stage Xbox 360. Like, the Xbox One was just a year out. Or the Xbox One was a year out at this point. So this game was way too big to fit on one DVD. So they released it in a dual DVD pack. And you had to install the data from the first disc, and then this was your play disc.
That's crazy.
Yep, and a lot of late Xbox 360 games did that. Grand Theft Auto 5 did that, which... We looked at Grand Theft Auto 5 yesterday, didn't we? Yeah, we did. Yeah, we looked at Grand Theft Auto 5 yesterday. It had multiple discs on the 360. And then I've got another one here in this package somewhere.
Man.
Hitman Absolution. I got this for Valentine's Day. It was a little Valentine's Day happy from my mom. Nothing says I love you like giving you a Hitman game.
Nothing says I love you like, go son, commit a crime.
Commit a crime. But Hitman Absolution, not a super great game. I think it's like gained a better reputation, but at launch, it was like so different from Blood Money and that's my reg code. It was so much different from Blood Money and the other Hitman.
Silent Assassin.
Yeah, that it didn't do super well. But they made it backwards compatible, which it was one that I was surprised they made backwards compatible.
Incidentally, I had mentioned earlier that GameSpy subscription kind of service. The first 2 Hitman games I was able to play as well because of that service.
Okay. And we were talking about Just Cause 2 earlier. Here's my physical copy. Which, again, common, pretty widely produced, developed. Some sort of an in-game item code. I have it mostly covered, so I will keep it that way. I don't know if I used that or not, but it should still be usable because this is a backwards compatible title. And it did get enhancements, which made this the de facto kind of way to play Just Cause 2 compared to the PlayStation 3 port. But it is on PC. So that's the real de facto way to play Just Cause 2. And then, speaking of recently delisted, Left 4 Dead.
Hey, another one I have a thing for. It ties into one of the games we talked about earlier as well.
Oh, Back 4 Blood. With Turtle Rock.
Yeah, so...
Whoa!
Left 4 Dead,
wait, I got platinum
developers-
hits. Never mind.
You almost got really excited, huh?
I saw that like 15 and 20 complete box. Where's platinum hits? Game of the Year hits, platinum hits. There we go. Oh, it's still
The team
15.
worked for Valve.
This is
separated
when.
in 2010.
This is
become Turtle Rock Studios. Yes.
I'm sorry, did you like pause to let me talk
I
about
think my headset's cutting out.
Oh, okay. Well, while you adjust that, I will say what I was gonna say real quick. I think this is one where, because of the recent delisting of Left 4 Dead, Left 4 Dead 2, and the other Orange Box games on Xbox and PlayStation, these have probably started to jump up in price.
Yes, I
wouldn't be surprised if they continue to. Because I also have Left 4 Dead 2, pretty sure complete in box.
Mm-hmm.
If this is all that it came with manual-wise, top accessories for the Xbox 360.
But yeah, Turtle Rock very much so made Back for Blood to try to entice the audience who have been just begging for more Left 4 Dead.
Oh yeah, complete. 5 more photos. I want to see if it comes with a manual. Photo by Canadian Brick Cafe. Oh, it did have a manual. So mine's not complete in box. Just on account of it not having the manual. But still, like 23, 22 for loose. And I've got the case, so I'd probably be able to bump it up higher to like 25. Huh.
Yeah.
Nice. And it's got this really cool Xbox 360 accessory little pamphlet. which I didn't see pictured. Metal Gear Solid HD Collection.
And that one should be Twin Snakes, Snake Eater,
Nope.
and... No, Twin Snake.
Nope.
No,
There's
just
no
regular
Twin
Metal Gear
Snakes.
Solid 1.
Nope, it doesn't even have Metal Gear Solid 1. It's just Metal Gear Solid 2, Solid 3, and Peace Walker. And then the VR
Really?
missions. Yep, no Metal Gear Solid 1. Which is why the Legacy Collection on PlayStation 3 was so valuable, is because you got the entire collection. Metal Gear Solid HD
Yes.
Collection on the 360 was missing Metal Gear Solid 1. And
That is so...
And Twin Snakes is a GameCube exclusive. It is never re-released on any other platform. Not even the
Oh my
Legacy
God,
Collection.
You're right.
Yep. Which is why I want to say Twin Snakes has jumped in value. Like, kind of astronomically. Metal Gear Solid, Twin.
I'm so not used to them making these HD collections where
Yeah.
they don't include, like, the first
The
game
first
in the
game.
series.
I think it had to do with they didn't want to port, their Twin Snakes on GameCube, 92 for complete. Yeah, very, very difficult game to get hold of now. It's because they didn't even have the digital emulated version of Metal Gear Solid 1 for the PS3. So the HD collection on PS3 only came with 2, 3, and Peace Walker as well. But unlike the Xbox 360 where it's on multiple discs, on PS3 it was all on one Blu-ray. So they're all bundled together. Got a sticker to take off of Mortal Kombat here, but this is Mortal Kombat 11, I think? I don't know which Mortal Kombat this was. This was either 9 or 11. And it's not
think
me
that's
making the
9.
9/11 joke. But yeah, Mortal Kombat, which I played a little bit of this one, and mine is not complete in box.
Oh, no, I know what this is. This was, like, from when they did one of the initial reboots. So they
Yep,
made
mhm.
Mortal Kombat.
It was just Mortal Kombat, but technically it was like 9 or something like that.
Yeah, because then they made Mortal Kombat X.
Mm-hmm. Which was Mortal
And now
Kombat
they're on to
10.
Mortal Kombat 1.
Yep.
Hey, Vegas.
Yes, which I have Vegas 1 digitally, but I've got Vegas 2 on disc.
God. The Rainbow Six games back when they were...
Yeah. And
games.
these are ones where, oh no, I thought they had maybe acquired some value, but nope, they have not. But complete in box, my little disc holder is broken, on the case, but that's a very common fault with these cases.
Yes.
Not much else to say about that. Red Dead. Which, for the longest time, Red Dead Redemption on the Xbox 360 being played on an Xbox Series X was the best way to experience Red Dead Redemption until they released the re-release.
Mhm.
And then, because of that re-release, the Xbox 360 version has kind of fallen in value. I remember it being a little bit higher just a year ago.
Yeah.
But it's another one where it's got a full map insert. I'm not going to unfold it. But this one's a really good one. It's got really nice detail for, like, what animals are in different regions. Like, you could actually use
really
it
nice.
for a hunting map in the game, instead of having to rely on the in-game map. What do we have next? Oh, Force Unleashed 2. Which I think the Force
Yay.
Unleashed games have kind of begun to jump up.
People questioning why Force Unleashed isn't canon. Have you seen what Starkiller does?
Exactly.
He slaughters everyone.
I forgot that Force Unleashed, like, the first one was on PlayStation 2.
Still really fun game.
Yes! And I've got Force Unleashed digitally. It's also backwards compatible. But Force Unleashed 2, I had physically. And that's got a manual with actual, like, information and stuff kind of scattered about in there. A little bit of tearing on the corner here. I can't tell if that... No, that's sticker residue. Everyone's favorite, Too Human.
Oh man, this game is so fun to talk about.
They literally gave it away for free. You can download this for free
Yes.
right now on Xbox One.
So, I actually like some of the things that play into Human. There's some really good ideas. Unfortunately, the studio that made it was run by an idiot.
Oh no.
The fact that it kind of had like this tech punk Norse mythos going on was really cool.
Yeah, I can kind of see that with the box. I've never seen or played any Too Human. I just remember it like came out and then they gave it away free.
So what happened, and the reason why it vanished for so long, is that the developer, Silicon Knights, because the game just like didn't sell well, because like you said, it came out and then it was free at some point, right? It just didn't sell well. So Silicon Knights sued Epic. And they said that the reason the game underperformed and cost the studio, Silicon Knights, a significant amount of money is because they didn't deliver a working engine as promised.
Oh, okay.
Epic countersued them. Now keep in mind, this all took place in like 2007, right? So Epic countersued them,
It's so
alleging
interesting
that
that...
Silicon Knights had actually illegally modified Unreal Engine 3.
Oh,
because
yeah,
modifications to
okay.
the engine was against the contract that studios signed.
Did
You cannot alter the files.
Dark Void have a similar kind of story? Because I think they gave Dark Void away for free as well.
I'm not sure. Ultimately, it was discovered that Silicon Knights had, in fact, altered the engine significantly, and their alterations is actually what caused the engine to break. The judge awarded $4.45 million to Epic Games as damages, and then later, because of the belligerence of the CEO of Silicon Knights, doubled it to $8.9 million in damages to Epic, as well as ordering that every physical copy that was still on shelves had to be recalled and destroyed, and the source code needed to be deleted as well.
So
This happened 5 years after the lawsuit started.
So there really shouldn't be that many copies floating about?
Correct. In theory.
In theory, yeah, because, like, look at... I'll go back to the, like, price charting listing. Like, complete, $6. Like, that
And
doesn't stack up.
The funniest part is, despite the fact that they were ordered to completely delete the source code and all copies of it, it still, years later, emerged on Xbox's store for free.
Yeah, because that's how I got my copy, or my first copy, and then I got this one for 50 cents at a yard sale. But yeah, huh. How about that? And then XCOM Enemy Unknown, we'll talk briefly about this, and then we'll move to PS3.
I'm actually going to step away for a brief moment. I will be right back.
Okie dokie.
XCOM.
I like the idea behind XCOM. I'm bad at XCOM, though. So I haven't played a whole lot of it. But it has definitely fallen in value. You see I paid $40 at GameStop for it brand new. Though not with my money. This would have definitely been one of those. I was still living at home, bought it with my mom's money. But anyway, XCOM Enemy Unknown. Then there was also Enemy Within, which was a kind of DLC turned standalone game. I think that one's backwards compatible too. And then XCOM 2 just came out within the last year or so.
No, XCOM 2's been out for a long time.
Oh, has it? Oh.
Yeah, it's been out for a while.
Well done.
I have XCOM Enemy Unknown because there's like 5-6 other XCOMs, or like the OGs. There's a ton of them. I gotta get back to that because like I really enjoyed the first one. I have it on Steam. I didn't have it on 360. XCOM 2, I liked it for a little bit, but it gets so effing hard, and it's probably just I'm bad. But there's one mission that is just brutal because of the enemy type in there, where it's it just sucks.
Is it the suicide enemies that like you have to kill them within X amount of moves or turns, or else they'll rush and kill you?
It's these shapeshifters where they look like a civilian at first, and as soon as you get close to them, they turn. They're huge. They've got like 15 HP, and they can walk across the whole map and then just punch your dick off in one shot.
I do remember those guys.
And I gotta give it another shot.
I had the same issue.
And like I was trying to make it. Like I was adjusting the settings and everything because I'm like I don't give a shit about the difficulty, or like I'm not going for like bragging rights. I want this game to be fun, so I was adjusting things, and like I couldn't adjust the difficulty to make the game fun again. Like it started out good, but I had way too many people wounded or dead, and so maybe I just needed to start another run and maybe treat it almost like a roguelike because everybody got hurt so bad. And just start over and give it a shot, because I do like a lot of the class changes, like the combo moves are really good. I like the shotgun sword class, that was fun. Yeah, assault or whatever it was. But yeah, loved XCOM 1, played the hell out of that. But XCOM 2,
hey Biscuits, welcome to the world of the living.
I'm back.
Welcome back, Adaro.
XCOM, yes, excellent game.
Yes. But I've put the Xbox 360 games away. We are moving back to PlayStation side of things to end things off. We'll go through the PS3 and 4. Because I don't have near as many, so we should be able to get through them kind of quickly. And I've got a couple of repeat games from the 360 on PS3.
Yes. I actually have quite a few for specifically PS4 and PlayStation 3.
Nice. But going back to that, like, egregious... and this isn't even the bad one. Yeah, this isn't even the bad one. It's Arkham City, where it was absurd.
That is actually worse than that Platinum Hits Special Edition. Good lord.
Oh,
any more
man.
decals, that's gonna be a car in NASCAR. God damn.
Batman Arkham Asylum, because my Xbox 360 copy, it had like maybe 2 little stickers. This one's got all the stickers.
At one point, I'm sure that was beautiful art.
I love the big 3D compatible glasses not included sticker.
It's also the built-in image too, where it just cuts off Batman.
Yeah.
4 extra challenge maps.
Like, what does that mean?
What does that say? Play as Joker?
Play as the Joker challenge maps available only on the PlayStation 3 computer entertainment system. Requires a broadband internet connection.
Good lord. Best Batman game ever made.
The Batman. Yeah, and they do. They cut off his legs. Because,
Best one ever made until Arkham City.
Batman, you're a fat brick.
Yes, okay, there we go. That's a sealed version of this greatest hits copy.
God, that's so ugly.
And it's not even all that valuable, which I would hope not.
Yeah, I mean, I really dig the greatest hits red.
Whoa, wait,
Those
we got
go
some,
hard.
like, figures in here. That's kind of neat.
It's actually
Look
a
at that-
really cool red.
Look at that little Scarface.
Yeah,
Look at him. Dude's
That's
gonna
the kind
bite
of
your
red
ankles.
You paint a car, because, like, that's gonna make this shit go fast.
Yeah. Like, I dislike, but I also kind of love the red greatest hits. I hate it because it's so hard to make it look good with your
No.
other games on the case.
That is the exact shade of red that orcs from 40K use.
Yes.
That is cherry airhead flavor.
And then we have Arkham Origins, which is a much cleaner case, but also generic, bland, just Batman center shot.
That reminds me of those old, like, Dare poster. That's just
Like, say no to drugs.
like the drug PSA posters,
Mm.
like, you know, the ones where it has the person deflated on the couch or whatever, and it's just got like a single word slogan.
I gotta say, out of all the cases that we've gone through so far, oh look, a Deathstroke challenge pack. Out of all the ones that
Slade.
we've gone through, the PlayStation 3 cases, I love PlayStation 3 cases so much.
Mhm.
They're the best feeling and some of the best looking.
Yes, very much so.
Especially the like original style, where it's the PlayStation 3 and the Mata font. That's what that is called, by the way. It's Mata font. It's not the Spider-Man font, though it is the Spider-Man font. It is the Spider-Man font, but it has a
What's it called?
name.
Mata
It's
font?
called Mata. M-A-T-A. Mata font. And it was used for Spider-Man.
Downloading that
PlayStation 3 also
shit.
used
Never
it.
fucking mind, I'm not. It's $70. Jesus Christ.
Uh-huh. It's not a cheap font base to use.
One day. When I get my first payout or something, if it's a certain tight like amount.
This
for
was one
shit
of the
posts, I would
first PlayStation 3 games that I remember
Mhm.
buying. I played the hell out of this on the PlayStation 3, and I was blown away, because my dad had the PlayStation 3, and after my parents divorced, yeah, I'm bringing up my divorced parents again, I don't have parental issues. Shut up, leave me alone. But after my parents divorced, like, one of the biggest incentives to go to our dad's was that he had a PlayStation 3. And he bought, like, the big 80 gig backwards compatible launch model.
Hell yeah.
And he bought it specifically to be able to say, like, oh, you guys will be able to play on the PlayStation 3. Like, he wanted to try and persuade us to spend more time with him instead of just the weekends. BioShock 2. And this is the, like, PlayStation 3 revamp, re-release, rebrand
always
kind of
love.
casing, which I love it. It's very sleek and clean, and it looks nice with, like, PS4 and 5. But the Mata font, the original, is iconic.
I love the like reflection kind
Yes.
of effect they have on the art. That is just so nice.
And also, it, like, I can't really convey it or show it. Maybe if I hold it close enough, but it's a textured logo. It's not a flat art.
Yeah, I can see that.
It's actually, like, textured, ribbed. It's one of those really nice condoms with the texture to it.
I was gonna say,
you
it's
know-
rigged for
you
your
know,
pleasure.
It's polychrome, so it gives you
Had you in the first half, but anyway. But yeah, it's textured. It's got very nice, like, because this is one where I swapped it out from this case. Originally, it was in like a falling apart GameStop like third-party black case, but I've got a ton of these
the
cases.
ones that are like, those ones suck. Like you
Yeah.
get them the wrong way and they crack.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So I swapped it up pretty quick. All of my PlayStation games, I'm pretty proud. All of the like original Modifont, and it's going to be hard to pick up, but like you even have the Modifont on the case itself. Whenever they did the revamp design, they got rid of that up there, and it's just the Blu-ray logo, and they moved it over here. So all of my Modifont original casing games are in proper cases, and I had to very carefully like disc swap, case swap. I've done a lot of Frankensteining for my PS3 collection, but it's the one that I'm most proud of. Brothers in Arms, Hell's Highway.
Nice.
Yeah, they really are. And it's hard to find, like, brand new ones now. They don't really make aftermarket ones that are correct.
No. And the quality is way off. And it's just...
Which is why I'm like, okay, spending a little bit more for most PlayStation 3 games, especially if they're in good condition. But Brothers in Arms, Hell's Highway, this was another one I bought brand new back in the day, growing up. Going to our dad's, he would take us to the game store every now and then. So this is one that I bought.
Pick out of games, don't tell your mom.
Like, I think I was maybe 11 years old or whatever. He was letting us buy M-rated games, and yeah, he would drop the "Don't tell your mom I let you do this." Call of Duty Ghost, another. I'm not gonna really pull up the PS3 value.
Yeah, we already went over that.
Yeah, we already went over it. But I've got it on PS3 as well, and whenever I stream it, I might do this version, just because it's the last gen, like, older, weaker port. Demon Souls, Greatest Hits, in a pretty nice case. This is one that I had to swap around, too, because it was in a cracked, like, practically destroyed case. A lot of these were my younger brothers, and I inherited them whenever I took the PS3 from my dad's. So I cleaned up a lot of them. And then Greatest Hits, wow. Greatest Hits Complete, which I do have the manual. $20. Surprising. And that's a great manual. Wait a minute. It's in color. Whoa. They have, like, a breakdown of the starting classes and things. Okay. That's really cool. I miss this shit.
Demon Souls does something really cool.
Mm.
It doesn't really punish you all that much for failing in the tutorial area. In so much that, as I recall, you don't actually die in the tutorial area.
You really don't. Your first death doesn't really count as a death. You get sent to the Nexus, and then it's just like, hey, you died. That's gonna happen a lot. And then it's the Lady in Black kind of explaining the world to you and your purpose and why you're there.
Is still such an
it's a great
area.
hub.
I think it is one of the best designed areas in any Souls game.
And then Dark Souls PS3, which the PS3 version I think runs a little bit better on account of it being on a Blu-ray rather than DVD. And also
the red Bandai logo, it's gonna be worth more.
Also just FromSoft having that better relationship with Sony.
I feel like I need to explain that joke for people.
Yes.
Chewie and I both build Gundam model kits.
Maz as well.
So, Maz as well.
Who
So
the
you
fuck
know,
am I
you
then?
should know that
Yeah.
as well.
Maz is here.
I'm sorry. Forgive me. So at a certain point in time, Bandai changed their branding, and to reflect this, they changed the red square into a blue one. And that began a wave of people trying to sell the old cases with the red label once the reprints came out with a blue one as more valuable. It's absolute lunacy.
Oh,
Hey, God of War.
With the download code, which hasn't been used, surprisingly. I'm surprised that was...
You might still be able to use it if it has no expiration on it.
Let me take a look. Oh, no. Code valid until September
You could still
8th.
try it though, because some of those codes will say an
November
expiration.
November 8th, 2009. Maybe
You
though.
just missed it by like a month.
Yeah. But another full color manual that's really nice. Separate controls for God of War 1 and 2 and a little breakdown. And then an advertisement for Chains of Olympus, which would have been new at the
That
time.
is something really cool that I don't know how many other collections did in the manual, where they actually had the cover art of all the games in the collection.
Mm-hmm. And the PlayStation 3 has so many of these,
Is that
like,
a reversible
bundled...
cover?
Is it? Oh my. Yeah, I think it is, actually. It's not, like, labeled, but yeah, it's a reversible
That
cover.
actually goes pretty hard.
Yeah, it's the classic Kratos staring, as Kratos
In his
does.
god armor, yeah.
Yeah. Which, the God of War and God of War 2 main menus, as you unlock the new armors and everything, Kratos' armor would reflect that on the load
Yes.
screen. Yep. Which was always a really neat feature. But, no, again, we're not going to cover them too long. But Grand Theft Auto 4 and episodes from Liberty City, I have those on PlayStation 3 as well.
These are PlayStation 3.
Gran Turismo 5 Prologue.
Oh man, Gran Turismo.
With the PSP advertisement in there, now $169.99. And what's
I need to
funny,
get another PSP, man.
I think they're kind of still going for that price.
No,
They've
they're more.
yeah, for some models. Ooh, that's a big, thick manual too.
There
That's
is a
nice.
specific PSP model I want to get just
Reg
from
card.
a purely collector perspective.
Oh, that's
because I
why
think
it's so
it's really
thick. It's
cool.
got a reg card.
Yeah, reg cards, man, those are great. I want to get the PSP Go.
That one's like, I don't like that the PSP Go doesn't let you insert a cart or a UMD disc.
UMD, the Universal Media Disc.
Finish that water. Gran Turismo 5 Prologue. I'm really curious about the Gran Turismos. Because the PS2 ones, a lot of copies are floating about. I'm not so sure about the PS3 ones. No, okay, there are copies all over the place. And apparently, Prologue got a greatest hits, despite being a Prologue, like, demo with only, I think, 30-ish odd cars that you could unlock.
Didn't Ground Zeroes also get a greatest hit? I need to look this up.
I think it did. I think I saw it whenever I looked it up earlier. And then Gran Turismo 6, which is a far more complete game, trophy support and all. But Prologue, like, that's just a beautiful box. Beautiful cover art. The close-up of the car there. I don't know what the cover car is. I don't think it's a Supra. It might be an Aston Martin.
Skyline.
It looked like a Skyline? No. The headlight didn't look right.
Oh,
I was looking at the kind of bent,
No, it did not get a greatest hits edition.
no, yeah, that's not right.
What's the cover car?
My first thought was like a R35, but I don't think it was even up then.
I don't know cars.
Yeah, I don't know vehicles either.
I do not understand automobiles.
It's
Gran
a
Turismo
2008
6.
GTR.
The GTR, okay.
So I was right.
Nice. Okay, GT6 has a little bit more value. Retained even all these years later. I don't know if it would have had a manual. I feel like it probably would. Absolutely had a manual. Or no, that's a
Everybody watching
reversible...
Vaughn,
That's-
I know it's not an R35, but it was a GTR. So I was like, that's a GTR hood.
That's a reversible hood. Or cover art, which I like. So yeah, no manual. So I'm gonna say I've got a complete. Nice. I always wondered about that whenever I bought it. Oh, another one of those HD collections that the PS3 had so many of.
Hitman!
The HD trilogy, which I don't remember if this came out on Xbox or not. It might have been a PlayStation exclusive. No, it was on Xbox. Cool. Whoa! That's some value. $30 complete. Which, whoa! That's some dope art! Wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
That's stylish. And it's just a trifold, and then you just get the instructions, controls. Neat. Okay. Wow. And I've never played any of the, like, old Hitman games.
Really?
Mm-mm. So it's, Hitman 2, Blood Money, and Silent Assassin. Okay, nice. But yeah. Oh, I could have just read it from the front.
Blood Money is my favorite.
I like that box art, too.
Yeah.
That's dope. Yeah, I'll have to play those. Those are definitely going to get streamed. Heavenly Sword, I got this at GameStop recently, like within the last year. I think it was $5. Let's see what price charting says. And this is another one where I intend to play it at some point. And Ninja Theory, I want to get Enslaved Odyssey of the West. Oh, hey, wow. I've got a complete, and it's saying 15, so I like, got that for a steal at GameStop.
Is that also a reversible art?
A lot of PlayStation 3 games had reversible art
They really
covers.
did.
Like, a ton of them did.
I think one of my favorite things to happen with PlayStation 4 games, by the way, is a lot of them also still have reversible art.
Yes.
But because the cases aren't clear, you can't always tell.
Oh, yeah. A lot of the Final Fantasies have reversible. And then, I know Bloodborne has a reversible cover. I'm trying to think what else I've got that I know has a reversible cover. There are a few of them. And, okay, I was thinking Ico and Shadow of the Colossus would have higher value, being two absolute bangers. But this is one where I recased it. I took a case from maybe one of my NCAA games, because I couldn't give a shit about sports. And I had to take off one of the silver sticker doodads, because this one came in one of the, like, GameStop crappy aftermarket cases. And then Jak and Daxter, remastered in HD. Fantastic collection here. I've already platinumed Jak and Daxter from the PS3 collection. I need to play 2 and 3.
3 is my favorite.
I have such a hard time getting into 2.
2 is a really clunky kind of transition between 1 and 3.
Yeah, that's a vibe it gives off for sure. And hey,
like
complete
trying
box, about
so
30ish.
It's trying
Nice.
so hard to be something different, but not forget what it came from. And then with Jak 3, they just was yeah, no, this is a new thing.
One of my newest PlayStation 3 acquisitions, the Journey Collector's Edition.
Ah, Journey. We love Journey.
I will be playing this one on stream soonish. And that's Journey Collector's Edition right here. Interestingly, this got a PlayStation 4 release, but only in the EU. Like, only in Britain or something.
Yeah.
The US did not get the re-release on PS4. And I paid about $5 less than that complete pricing, so I feel pretty good about that. And it's yet another reversible cover. That's a beautiful one, too. Hold on.
Yeah, it is.
You got the art for Flow and Flower on one side, and then on the other side, you got the Wanderer from Journey. And then Journey Collector's Edition on the inside.
I kind of like the reverse art more.
I definitely do, but I like having my entire collection with the like PS3 spine work, and all of those reversible covers. Get rid of that.
Yep.
Now, if I did like a separate shelf just for like displaying them with the reversible art, I might.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, definitely look forward to playing these. These will be like probably Platinum Guide playthroughs when I do them, because they're all pretty short at like 2-3 hours in length. Then everyone's favorite, Katamari Forever. We love Katamari in this house. And I got this for $10 as well, so I spent a good chunk less than the asking complete in box price.
Yes.
And this was also one where I swapped cases, because originally it came in one of the not Mata case ones, and I swapped it.
I love the little flag for the only on PlayStation stuff.
Yes. It looks best on PS3 and on these cases specifically, because
it's just so stylish.
On the like newer style where they did the rebrand, they like moved it over here. Yeah. And then the spines, like that's one of the things that can be a little annoying with PlayStation 3 and collecting for PS3 is the spines not looking right. Yep. And then what's even better is here I got the perfect examples.
No.
So we've got 2 different versions of Greatest Hits. This was Greatest Hits, but this was also Greatest Hits. And then there are other Greatest Hits that are in the like original Mata style along the spine cases, but they're in the red cases like the modern redesign ones. PlayStation 3 box arts are so
baffling
everywhere. Yes. Yeah, let me put that back. I've got another full stack and then a smaller stack of PS3. I'll keep the mic on. I won't mute it while I walk over. Oh my god!
Thanks
Welcome
for
in, Raiders!
Hello, Oodles and
Oh man,
everyone.
I'm away from the computer for a second. Give me a second. Hey Mons, do you mind grabbing a shout out for whoever rated?
Oodles of, yeah.
Oodles! Welcome in, Oodles! Hey! Hey everybody, I'm back! I'm here. Thank you so much for the raid. I am Chewie Coffee. I'm a variety PNG tuber. You can find me playing games like Kingdom Hearts, Final Fantasy. We play Halo as well. We're playing Metal Gear Solid 2. The original, not Metal Gear Solid 2. But I was grabbing another stack of games when you guys raided in. Welcome in. Grab yourself a seat. Get yourself a coffee. It's on the house. But again, I'm Chewie Coffee, variety PNG tuber. You name the game, I've probably got it. I put the T in variety. Coffee crew, please go give Oodles a follow. And Raiders, if you are not following me already, consider doing so. We've got a 450 follower goal. Upon doing that, I'll be playing the game Paw Patrol on the PS4. But yeah, that's a little TLDR of who I am. And today we're doing like unofficial appraisals of my game library. And we're on my PlayStation 3 titles. We've been going for a while. And oops. I need to flip this stack of games upside down, so I'm doing it in the right alphabetical order. Here we go.
You say that, but I've seen your Final Fantasy collection.
Look, Final Fantasy I have in, like, numerical order, not release order. And then even then, I, like, cheated in a couple spots.
You have it going from, like, it's not like 1 to whatever. You
right.
have it going...
And Raiders, if you guys need to raid and run, get some food, take a shower, any of that jazz, please do so. We are all about our aftercare stream necessities in this house.
Yes.
But otherwise, just sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We're gonna get right back to it. Killzone
man.
2, this is
Killzone.
one that I recently bought again. I had the greatest hits copy, but I wanted the original Black Label because my Killzone 3 copy is the Black Label.
It's such a shame they ended the series with Killzone 3 and never made another one.
Yeah, Shadowfall, never heard of it.
I don't know, those words you just said, what are those?
But Killzone 2 sold hotcakes on the PlayStation 3. This was one of those, like, really sought after kind of not launch titles, but close enough titles.
Oh, that
So,
reverse
like,
art goes pretty hard.
It does. And again, you're like keeping that really solid, trying to get the case out. There you go. Really, really cool box art, which it's insane.
That goes so incredibly hard.
I don't know if Killzone 3 did the reverse art.
We'll find out.
Yeah, we'll find out here very soon. And by very soon, I mean right now. Killzone 3 with its disgusting box art. Because they just had to put, like, E3 winner, PlayStation Move compatible, which I will give Killzone 3 credit.
Going now?
I will give Killzone 3 credit where it's due. Its PlayStation Move compatibility is pretty nice.
Yeah, it is.
It's also got the PlayStation Move spine art, which any of the games are PlayStation Move compatible. They had to put that little logo on as well. And it's another thing where it, like, the parody, like, displaying them beside each other just makes you want to pull your hair out.
It's so different. It's amazing.
And then I
know
love
what the funniest
the...
part about that is, though?
What's that?
The size of the PlayStation Move little logo on the side is the exact same size of the old PS3 logo.
Uh-huh. And yes, it did have reversible art, which also
that's really nice.
also
too.
goes kind of
What?
hard. Yeah.
We were robbed.
Yeah, PlayStation 3, I think almost every title that we've looked at has had reversible art.
Pretty close.
Yeah, almost every title.
Man, we were robbed of amazing case.
Yeah, we were. Like, Xbox didn't do any of this. This was a total, like, PS3 flaunting and flexing kind of thing. But then you've also got your logos for PlayStation Network, compatible game for 3D, which thankfully it's a smaller logo than that one we saw in Batman. And then, I don't know why, but Sony started to slap on that, like, classic Sony Computer Interactive, or Sony Computer Entertainment.
For it.
I'm not either. I love it. That old logo is beautiful.
It makes me think of loading up old Spyro and just seeing the diamond merge.
Hearing it, like, scream at you and wake up your parents.
Yes.
Yep.
That's why you mute your TV first.
We're gonna get a 2-for-1 with the Kingdom Hearts 1.5 and 2.5. These I managed to grab at GameStop for, I think, $5 each. I don't know what they're going for now. Okay, PlayStation 3 1.5. Okay, that's where I kind of expected it to be. And unfortunately, mine is not a complete, because 1.5 in particular would have had a cardboard sleeve that would go over it, and it had an art book, which I do not have in mine. But I do have the manual and the reg card. And I love the CD designs for 1.5 and 2.5.
Much like Chewie, I'm also a very, very massive fan of Kingdom Hearts.
There's a lot of Kingdom Hearts overlap with the like inner circle homies.
Yeah, I own almost every Kingdom Hearts game. The only one I'm missing is Melody of Memory.
Oh wow, you don't have Melody of Memory?
I don't have Melody of Memory because every time I get money, there's something else that's higher on the priority list.
Okay. It goes on sale digitally pretty often.
If it was Kingdom Hearts 4, I'd be on that shit. I wouldn't need to have like the system it's on. It's like, I'm buying it, I'll get the system later.
It must be 2.5, like an actual 2. I tried doing Roman numerals. Yeah, PlayStation 3, there we go. And yeah, that about checks. I think I paid $10 for 2.5, and then 1.5, or no, 2.5 was at GameStop, and I got that for $5. And then I got 1.5 for $10 on eBay. So that I could have the complete PS3 collection. PlayStation 3 never got 2.8. That wouldn't happen until PS4. PS3 wouldn't have been able to handle 2.8 or 0.2 of fragmentary passage anyway.
No, not even remotely.
Lair
Would have exploded.
Everyone's favorite PlayStation gyro compatible. I like that it's going to be.
I've never heard of that game.
You've never heard of Lair?
I don't think so.
So Lair was one of the like, I remember it being an E3 showcase title for PlayStation 3. But you were a dragon rider, and some of the like marketing things that they really tried to sell the game on were massive battles with like thousands of NPCs on the screen at a given time. Really immersive combat with both flying combat and on the ground combat. And then it was gonna have a gripping narrative story, and then I love that there's like cutouts there.
I keep hearing you say it was going to, and it was an E3 showcase, so I have to ask,
what happened?
How was it actually?
It kind of over promised. It had a similar problem to Heavenly Sword, which we looked at earlier, where it had a bit of a giant enemy crab moment where they tried to hype people up at like E3, and then it came out and it was just kind of eh. And the motion controls were diabolical. They were required, so if you don't have a 6-axis with motion controls, you just can't play the game. And it's a lot of like Wii level of flopping your controller around, trying to make the damn thing work, and it does not work. So, yep. Getting into some Lego games. We'll probably rapid fire on these. Lego Star Wars, Lego Pirates of the Caribbean, and Lego Batman 3 Beyond Gotham. Pop all those down there. Complete Saga is one that we grew up with. And then Pirates of the Caribbean 3, or Pirates of the Caribbean and Batman 3, I got after the fact. Complete Saga on PlayStation 3. Surprised that it's in the $10 range. I would not have expected that. Lego Pirates, I got the Platinum for. Had a lot of fun getting that Platinum. And then Batman, I haven't played any of the Batman ones to a substantial kind of length. But Lego Pirates of the Caribbean. This is PlayStation 3. 12 for the complete, and I'm pretty sure I've got the manual. I do not have the manual. Okay, so 10. And then
and
Batman.
we finally found some without reversible art.
Yeah, we did. But I mean, they're Lego titles. I wouldn't have expected. No, that wouldn't happen.
You're gonna buy it because it's Lego. Shut up.
Unless Batman surprises me. No, not on Batman. So yeah, no reversible cover. And I think I have these. Yeah, that way. There we go. And my Lego Pirates case is a little icky. It's one of the aftermarket ones. It doesn't have the like Blu-ray logo up here, so it's one of the icky, no branding cases. Lego Batman 3 though, real quick, $865, so even less than Star Wars. Metal Gear Solid 4, let's go. really hoping Metal Gear Solid 4 gets a re-release if it's included with the eventual Master Collection Volume 2.
There was a really cool thing that certain releases of Metal Gear Solid 4 had. It was like this little earpiece because it had Metal Gear Online.
Oh,
so that you could
yeah,
actually talk to people. And I think it looked like Metal Gear Ray's head or something.
Oh, interesting. I wonder if it's got 2 more photos. I was gonna see if maybe no. Did they have the Japanese version on here? Because I want to show off the. Oh, I can change regions. I wanted to show the Japanese box art because we got skimped so hard.
I found it immediately. I'm gonna show you the picture of it.
Man. All right, I'm gonna have to like look up Metal Gear Solid 4 Japanese cover. I just wanted to show this off real quick. Oh my god, just show me the damn big picture. There we go. That's like so much nicer than what we got.
Okay, I sent you a picture of the earpiece. That came with certain releases of Metal Gear Solid 4.
Oh, interesting.
It's really cool.
Huh. I don't know that I would ever put that in my ear.
Definitely not used.
No, definitely not now. But yeah, Metal Gear Solid, which, this is for the Japanese copies. I was like, whoa, when did that happen? But let me go back to NTSC for the Americas. Interesting that our copies are so much less. And I wonder if it's because of the lesser box art that we got. Pop that over there. MotorStorm, which came with our PS3 whenever we bought it. So, not meant for resale. But MotorStorm was one of the few, like, kind of noteworthy launch titles for the PS3. PlayStation 3 had a kind of weak launch, all things considered.
Yeah, it did.
But it was, like, vehicular racing, combat style. And this case is disgusting. It's got dust on the inside.
Gross.
Yuck. That'll be easy to clean up though. So I'm not too miffed. But you can see it's real dusty in there. That's not detail from the box art. But I thought it was up until I was looking at the picture.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
like
no.
it looks natural enough. It's fitting for MotorStorm.
The mud they have on this box art's really real. So, oh no!
Wow, this asbestos! It's like it's coming right at me. Need for Speed.
Jumping out of the screen.
Need for Speed Pro Street, which I think Pro Street might be. Some of the Need for Speeds are jumping up lately. All right, apparently not Pro Street. Oh, that's PlayStation 2 Pro Street. PlayStation 3 Pro Street. Yeah, $10. Some of these are going for oodles of money. I think it might be Undercover. Like original Need for Speed Undercover.
That's definitely a Skyline.
Ni no Kuni. I got this for $5 or $10 at Game Exchange recently. Really excited to play that one soon. Wrath of the White Witch. PlayStation 3. Yeah, that's about what I paid for it. Really great, like, Ghibli style animation. Level 5 games. The same studio that made Dark Cloud. So they know what they're doing.
That's right, Ollie boy.
And yeah, Resistance Fall of Man. I've recently finished Resistance Fall of Man and Resistance 2. I'm playing Resistance 3 now. Resistance Fall of Man is pretty cool. It's got a lot of Ratchet and Clank DNA within it. Kind of slept on series nowadays. I see a lot of people talk about Killzone and not a lot of people talk about Resistance.
I have a video from when my friend got his launch PS3 and playing Resistance, and we
And
were like,
he
oh,
wouldn't
my
let you
God,
play it.
mind blown. No, he wouldn't. It sucked. Like, we had to sit there and like, the startup was so cool because he got Resistance and Ridge Racer, and he was playing them, and we just had to sit there and watch it. We're like, can we maybe go? No, dude, don't go play. We're like, fuck, bro. I have the video somewhere, way back in 2007. Where the hell it was.
Interesting, like, older style, only on PlayStation banner on Resistance 2. And then, curiously absent on Resistance Fall of Man. Interesting. But yeah, it's like one of those transitionary titles where I think they were about to do the rebrand when Resistance 2 came out.
Yeah.
Because I want to say the greatest hits versions of Resistance 2 have the newer, updated logo. And then, the box art. Like, pretty cool box art for Resistance Fall of Man and Resistance 2. Reversible as well. So we've got a return of reversible box arts. Not as elaborate, but it returned. And then same with Resistance 2, I'm pretty sure. Oh, and the manual suite.
Doesn't go as hard as the Killzone reversible art.
I like that they made these vintage-looking PlayStation 3 ads to, like, explain your shiny new console, or the PSP, to advertise Retribution. Oh, yeah, there's the greatest hits for Resistance Fall of Man. Whoa! Okay. We got some centerfolds going on before you get to the reg card. And then you got cooperative explanation for the game. So, like, no more, oh, nope. Help keep our home safe. Join the army. Enlist today. So yeah, like, they really went out of their way to make a very 1950s looking...
They did.
Yeah. And all the disc for the games are these, like, old film reel kind of cases.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got Resistance 3 and my disc is in the PlayStation. But Resistance 3, I'm pretty sure it doesn't have that film reel look to it.
Okay, that reverse art is pretty nice.
The reverse art is pretty good. I actually prefer it to the existing one.
It's very, like, 1960s war movie kind of.
Yes. My ex-wife's cousin's husband worked on the Resistance games. Ooh, okay. That's pretty cool. So, how long were they with Insomniac? And in like, what kind of a position? If you know the deets on the information. The deets? But Resistance 3, for the most part, a bit of a downgrade on the box art compared to 1 and 2. He was a 3D modeler, you know that much? Okay, cool.
Nice.
So that could be anything from weapons designer to like environment artist. That's pretty broad, but still cool nonetheless. Saboteur, which I think I see more people talking about the Saboteur now.
I don't know that one.
Oh, this was like Pandemic's last game before they got shuttered. Who's an environment modeler? Okay. I left to move into video editing. Gotcha.
Honestly, probably more money in video editing.
A lot more.
Devs don't get paid.
They don't. Yeah, but the Saboteur, it's got a really cool premise. And I forgot it was multiplat. I thought it was only on PlayStation 3. I didn't spend near that much for the Saboteur. I got this for $8 at GameStop. It's got the download code for the Topless Midnight Show. Wow. But Adaro, so you play as a resistance fighter in France, occupied France during World War II, and the back box art doesn't do a great job of conveying it, but the world's got this gritty black and white kind of noir look, and as you liberate zones, color slowly comes back to the world.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and like your hub base is like a brothel. You can do racing. Like you've got missions where it's everyday life in occupied France, and then at night you do like stealth, covert, resistance missions. And I'm really excited to play this one because I always really admired the like idea behind it, but I think it was just maybe a little poorly executed, or it didn't meet sales expectations. And it's why it was Pandemic Studios' last game before they got shuttered. Pandemic
That would unfortunately make sense.
Yeah, Pandemic, they did Battlefront 1 and 2, the original Battlefront games.
Okay.
Yep. Among other games. Sims 3 and Sims 3 Pets. I'm not going to spend too much time on these. I didn't realize the Saboteur had gone up so high. I think just a couple months ago, people were making YouTube videos like underrated gems on PlayStation 3, and they were saying like,
No
these
longer
are
underrated gem. How did it get so expensive?
Yeah.
I wonder.
Yeah, which is one of the reasons I hate YouTubers like making top 10s on underrated or slept on video games, because then it gets attention on them. And this is specifically Sims 3 Limited Edition. I wonder if that matters.
It's why I love my super niche games that I think are underrated gems.
Yeah.
Because nobody will want to play them because they're so dumb.
Oh, that's Sims 3 Pets Limited Edition. 9 complete. Okay.
What's one of them actually got a HD remaster,
And then
which
8
I'm
for Sims
surprised
3.
about, which was Legend of Mana.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But even that I think is like $20 on PSN.
Best Sonic All-Stars Racing title right here. Frickin' love Transformed.
Yeah, Transformed is pretty crazy.
The levels are really well put together. I like the gimmicks of being able to swap. Like, I think it did it before Mario Kart did it. Like, going from driving to gliding to being in the water, all within a singular race. I think it beat Mario Kart to the punch. I could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure it did it before Mario Kart. And complete 1261. Do I have the manual? I do. Okay, so I got a complete. Cool. And then I got just a couple more PlayStation 3 games. Some will be on the PS4 and 5. We're in the final stretch.
We're almost there.
Almost there. We'll go a little bit longer today. Just gotta put these back.
Oh, where the hell did I put my toolbox?
I had to double check the music. I think we're like off the Odd Chap Electro Swing hits. I might have to switch us over to lo-fi. Who are we listening to? Oh no, it's still Odd Chap. Okay. How many songs are in this playlist? Oh well, we're past the 3 hours and 58 minutes that it says with the 66 songs in it. Yeah, let me just to be safe, I'll swap it over to lo-fi. There we go. A little bit different with the music. But let's go through our last 5 titles on PlayStation 3 to wrap up that collection. And starting off, we got Sly Cooper Collection, another one of those really great PS3 kind of hits collections.
Genuinely one of the things you could call iconic that has been for PlayStation.
I forgot that these were PlayStation Move compatible as well. And yeah, that's nowhere near what I paid for it. I paid about a quarter of that. So I'm very happy to see the value's jumped up since I purchased, because mine's complete in box. But great collection. And that I got that before they all came to PlayStation 3, 4, and 5, I should say. And then Sly Cooper, Thieves in Time. I actually can't remember what I paid for this. But the Sly Cooper 4, the last Sly Cooper game to come out to date. Okay, $20 for a complete box, and I'm missing the manual. Alright. I probably paid $10 or $15, if I had to guess.
It's not too bad.
No, I wouldn't have paid the complete for an incomplete. Because I held off on this one. Do I know? Oh, the Vita cross-buy, yeah. Big sticker telling you.
You know, back when they actually still cared about people buying the Vita.
Yep. Which I want to get a Vita, or at least a PlayStation TV, to play Vita titles.
A Vita would probably be cheaper. One of my local game stores just got a PlayStation TV in stock, and they're selling it for like $250.
That's because that's what everyone on eBay's got it running at.
Yeah.
But speaking of those,
well, Vita, not TV.
Speaking of those Tomb Raider PlayStation HD collections of classics, Tomb Raider trilogy with Tomb Raider Legends, Anniversary, and Underworld. We didn't get many of these physically in the US, but I know a ton of these came out over in the UK. They got lots of these. Super Robot Wars Z 3.2 in it. Nice. And complete 1656, I paid 10 for mine. And complete with the reg card. And these are Tomb Raider games that I intend to stream before I play the Square Enix remake trilogy. Which I forgot Square Enix was working on them all the way back then, too.
The Square Enix, like, the one that came out on PS3 and that, right?
The remake, yeah, that like later got a definitive edition, and then Shadow of the Tomb Raider and Rise of the Tomb Raider.
Those aren't remakes. That's a full-on reboot.
Or reboots. That's what I meant.
Oh, I didn't know, because there are some people who genuinely believe those are remakes.
They're remakes. No, but speaking of remakes, the 1 through 3 and then 4 through 6 just got remakes, or 4 through 6 are about to come out. I want to grab those.
Remasters, yeah.
Yeah, the remasters. Uncharted Drake's Fortune, which we just finished this one on stream, but I played the PS4 Nathan Drake collection one. Which the Drake's, the Uncharted games, these are all pretty inexpensive.
Mm-hmm.
Because they super sold.
Yeah, they did.
That's Game of the Year not for resale. Is this one of the not for resales? Yes, it is. Okay, imagine that. Guess who bought it for resale? This guy.
This guy.
And then last one of the PS3 collection, The Walking Dead Telltale series. This does not include the 400th Day DLC, but I did platinum it. I gotta say, the PS3 version, maybe the worst. It was so poorly optimized. Frame stutterings up the ass. It was not a pleasant experience.
I do not like The Walking Dead by Telltale.
I liked the first one. As the games went on, I liked them less and less.
I think what my major issue is that they completely mismatch the urgency of some situation.
Yeah.
Like the very opening, when you're just having a very casual chat with the cop, and they give you a timer to, like, you need to answer, or he's going to get angry, you need to answer.
Yeah, that felt
You're
really...
handcuffed in the back of his car.
You have all the time in the world.
And yet...
It would have made... I mean, I get that they have you on a timer to let you understand that, like, hey, all interactions are going to be timed to keep, like, a flow going.
but also no.
And to
because
create
later in that-
urgency in
later.
it was to create urgency in later player decisions that weren't actually player decisions. It wouldn't matter which outcome you got, it would be the same. Just with
But
the different
later
character
on-
being alive or whatever.
Later on, there's a segment where you need to go and get heart pills from a pharmacy, and there is no time limit.
Oh, yeah. Like something
And that's what I mean by they
fucking
flip
sense.
flop.
something that would
Huh?
actually be urgent.
It doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't. He's on the floor flailing about having a heart attack. Go get the medication from the pharmacy. I put my controller down and walked away until my controller died. I came back, that bastard was still flailing around.
Controller died faster than that motherfucker did.
Yeah, for real. It was a fully charged controller too. Outlived that bastard. What the hell?
And I've got the first wave of PlayStation 4 ready, so
I was
final
thinking, like,
stretch.
with your PS3 games, like I don't have a whole lot of PS3 games, but mine are so much more like RPG heavy.
Oh, well, yeah, but that's like reflective on your taste in video games.
I also didn't get a PS3. Well, actually, I still didn't get a PS3. Technically, it's my older brother's, but like I have a lot of Disgaias. Like I get Disgaea 4,
Oh, this guy.
D2, Disgaea 5's on PS5. A number of Super
Disgaea
Robot
5's on
Wars games, a whole bunch of, a lot of
No, but but it is indicative of like your taste in games. I've got, I would say, a more varied palette.
Like,
I've
I'm pretty
never,
varied. It's just
I've never
played, like,
known you to be like big into racing games or shooters. I think Gran Turismo is the only time I've ever heard you mention a racing game.
Which is funny because it's just because I haven't talked about them because I'm really into racing games and
Oh,
shooters.
okay. Well, yeah, okay, you're right, because you have been playing that the like arcade racer lately.
Well, I've played that one, and I've played every Gran Turismo. Played the shit out of those. Crash Team Racing, Mario Kart, Tokyo Extreme Racer. Which
Here's my reminder: I need to get the Order 1886.
Oh man, I forgot about that stupid game.
But Bloodborne's got a reversible cover arrow. Very,
Nice.
very simple and clean. Where it's got the
you gotta
hunter
work
on
that
the
in there, huh?
reverse side. You know it. Gotta have my daily Utada. But very, very clean. I do like the non-greatest hits box art so much more.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say the greatest hits box art, alongside putting a big red banner saying greatest hits on top. I think it changed the color of the background,
Yeah.
and it doesn't look near as clean and crisp. But
So here's
Bloodborne,
one.
love the aesthetic of Bloodborne. Need to get into it because I tried playing it for Halloween a couple of years ago for my first ever
I was
spooky
there.
coffee. Yes, you were. That was when I was like just getting
There's
into
a
being an
good
affiliate.
clip from it too, which
Yeah.
is entertaining.
There are a couple.
So here's one for you about Bloodborne. And the reason why people who are begging FromSoft to do a remaster for it are barking up the wrong tree. FromSoft doesn't own that game.
Yeah, no, it's a Sony IP.
Yes.
Yep, From Software just developed, but it's a Sony
Wholly
IP.
owned.
Yep.
Go back a million steps on shooters. I was the first one out of my friend group to get a nuke on Modern Warfare 2, which is it was a total team effort, but it was very fun.
Dark Souls Remastered. This one's been fluctuating lately. I remember it being a lot less just a short while ago. And I love the
And there were
remastered box art.
fires
I
Rubicon.
like this box art so much more than the original, where it's the backside of the Chosen Undead. I like this one more. I know some people prefer the original. I prefer this.
They're both good. This one's definitely better.
Yeah, they're both good, but this, yeah, definitely better, more iconic. I love Oscar, and I love the Heavy Knight set, which is the set pictured here. Yeah, just good stuff. And I love Dark Souls. I need to play it again, and I'll be streaming it when I do. God of War 2018. Very glad I don't have a greatest hits copy of that. Actually, for PS4 and 5, I don't have any greatest hits. I'm pretty proud of that.
I don't think I do either.
Well, they kind of dropped the greatest hits for the physical releases.
I kind of forget what they even look like.
So basically it looks just like this, but it's got a big red banner underneath that says greatest hits. If they've got the greatest hits picture here, I'll show it to you. God of War. I wonder if I'd put 2018, if it would help differentiate. There we go. God of War PlayStation hits is what they call it for PS4.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Now I
Yeah,
remember.
but they come in the red case, sort of like PS3's greatest hits. But they got that big red banner. So it squishes the box art just a little bit. Not by much. It's not the worst thing. But I much prefer the clean. Which God of War being as popular as it is, I can't imagine. Yeah, complete $12. I spent probably about that getting it off eBay. Great game. I love what they did with the reimagining and like reboot. And then we're getting into some like obscure titles. Nobody's gonna know these. Gundam Breaker 3
Here's my
Break
toolbox.
Edition.
Gundam Breaker 3, Peak Gundam Breaker.
And I had to import this one. So
Yes.
this was from Singapore. And I had to import it. But PlayStation 4, whoa. Okay, I didn't spend that much, but complete at 45. Nice.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
Every time I saw it prior, it was like 60, 70 bucks.
Mm-hmm. It's come down. I know it used to be in the 90s. Because
I still need to...
I bought it, and then I know it shot up out of nowhere.
What about that, Nov?
No, I was just shitting on Iron Blood reference.
Oh.
Why?
Because the
Dog shit.
There's worse. There's age.
It's great that they
Thank
only
you,
did
Shady,
one
for the
season.
hydrate. Appreciate it. Then, ew, new Gundam Breaker.
New Gundam Breaker, the very first Breaker title to hit Western shores, and it is.
And it's a
absolute
flop.
dog shit.
And that complete price listing or like suggestion doesn't surprise me in the slightest.
People started buying New Gundam Breaker on Steam when it was on sale, and then trading around a save file with everything unlocked, expressly
Just so
to
you
build
wouldn't-
customs to plan out physical builds.
Wow. Gundam Versus. I don't see anyone talk about this one anymore.
Oh man, I have it on. I have it digitally, or I think maybe I got it for like PlayStation Plus, but I don't think I can actually install it anymore. Because there's rare, and then there's like rare but not good, like my copy of Virtual on Mars on PS2, which I think like 4 people have heard of. Because I'm like, oh, hey, Virtual on. Yeah,
But
grab it.
solid enough. I didn't hate Versus. It's just it's not Gundam Breaker, which is the far superior Gundam experience. And
Dynasty Warriors Gundam.
oh no, it's a game that doesn't exist.
I looked at a Battle Operation 2 earlier. Bought a couple suits.
Does Killzone Shadowfall even go for nowadays? Pray tell.
Wait,
It doesn't surprise me at all. $7 complete. Couldn't pay someone to play this now. Couldn't pay me to play it. Last of Us Part 2, which I still have the PS4 version. I need to install it to my PS5 so that I'm eligible for the like discounted $10 upgrade, whatever.
I can't wait, because Maz brought up TBO2, I can't wait for them to finally introduce 800 suits and it just be F91.
Oh,
F91 suits have already started.
No, the F91 itself.
Oh, yeah.
I think I've opened this maybe once. Oh, hey. speaking of PS4 games that are multiple discs because of how much data is on the disc. So Blu-rays can only carry about 100 gigabytes of data. So when you get games that are surpassing 100 gigs, you're going to be looking at, 2-disc situations like at The Last of Us with Final Fantasy Rebirth.
That one just saying data disk, yeah.
Yeah. Or you'll have it to where only a portion of the data is available on disk, and then the rest you have to wait for a download to occur online. Yeah, Last of Us, don't have much to say on that one. Haven't played them yet. Neo: The World Ends With You. I'm actually really excited to get to this one eventually. Because this is it's another Tetsuya Nomura. Doesn't he have some involvement?
Pick that one up. Oh yeah.
I don't know why I was going to put in Tetsuya Nomura. I need to do Neo: The World Ends With You.
I played the hell out of the original because I was working a job where I had to commute and take the train and everything, so I had plenty of time to play it. Loved the original.
Sine, cosine, tangent.
But really nice box art. I do like that. It's flashy.
Did that trigger some?
I had a lot of friends who sucked at the game, and they're like, I don't know how to beat it. I'm like, dude, it's not that.
I'm gonna grab a water.
hard.
I'll be right back.
I had a bunch of friends who sucked when they partnered with me, and I'm like, he's not hard. Like, just this game isn't as hard as you're making it out to be. If I can play this on the effing Boston subway system, bouncing around and catching fire, like, you can do better.
Quite literally on a railroad to hell, and I can do better. What is your excuse when you're sitting at home?
Grab my water. Okami HD, which I grabbed this one just in time for the announcement of Okami 2.
Okami HD, if anyone here doesn't have it, shame on you, buy it, play it.
Because I imagine the closer we get to Okami 2, Okami HD physical is probably going to shoot up in price.
Yes.
It already has, because that is nowhere near what I spent for it. I spent $10. But I bought it just, like, weeks before Okami 2 got announced. Like, I could not have asked for better timing. Even loose at 34 is insane. Wow. Yeah, so glad I got this when I did. Because it's gonna continue to climb in price the closer 100%. To Okami 2. Yep. Prey, which I really want to play this one. I never played the original Prey, but the Bethesda one.
Where have you gone? I need my notes. There.
Oh, you have notes for Prey?
Yes, I do have a little bit for Prey.
Okay.
Okay, so it's not anything really major. So this game came out, 2017?
Something like that. Does price charting tell you the release date anywhere? I don't think it does. The
prior announced Prey 2, which this game shares absolutely nothing with, had actually entered development hell and was not fully canceled internally.
Do I have the inserts?
Until 2014.
Oh, I do have the inserts. Cool. Okay, so I do have a complete in box.
Even despite this, Arcane did not use a single asset or any bit of code from the canceled Prey 2 to make this game.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I do think I remember reading that. Because originally it's supposed to be more connected to that original Prey from, like, PC and OG Xbox. Is that right? Or is it Xbox 360?
360, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, but Prey 2 got fully canceled, and the devs just went, no, we're not going to use anything. We're just going to do it from scratch.
Gotcha. And I paid about half. So I got this for $5 at GameStop when I bought it.
Not bad.
I think they had the, buy 4 for 20 or less or whatever, and you got half off on all of them or something like that. And I grabbed, 4 $10 titles, so that brought them down to, 5 apiece, which was pretty cool.
Nice.
Resident Evil Origins Collection, which I played Resident Evil HD, I've not played Zero. Is that right? Zero is the other
Zero,
one?
the one with Billy and Rebecca.
Okay, so I haven't played that one yet, but I did play HD. That was part of
So-
my Spooky Coffee lineup.
You wouldn't believe it, but I actually do have a little bit of background information on the Resident Evil franchise as a whole.
Oh?
So, Resident Evil, the very first one on PlayStation 1, started its inception as a full remake of a prior game made by the director, Tokuro Fujiwara, called Sweet Home. Originally, it was going to be developed for the Super Famicom and be released in 1993. Was scrapped from that idea, redeveloped into the concept of a first-person fully 3D game for the PlayStation 1 to be released in 1994, and then they deviated from that course to finally make the Resident Evil we know, which released in 1996.
Okay. And then Resident Evil 2 Remake, which, Complete 13, not bad. I think I got it brand new at Walmart 20. Which is just a little bit more than Price Charting's new pricing, so not too bad. Grabbed this one right away, because I was in the midst of doing the Spooky Coffee lineup of games, and I was thinking I might play Resident Evil 2 after finishing Resident Evil HD. But HD took me longer than I anticipated, and it turned out to be the last title that I played for Spooky Coffee, I think.
Isn't it crazy to think that people regularly speedrun Resident Evil 1 in under an hour?
Oh, after playing it and realizing, like, if you know what you're doing, that is totally doable. Yeah, no. Because Metal Gear Solid, I see people speed through that one hella quick. And, like, but I'm playing for my first time, so naturally, I'm needing a lot more time to do stuff. But it just goes to show how much people have mastered some of these games.
Well, it also doesn't help, and I think I recall saying this while you were playing it. A lot of the puzzle solutions in the original Resident Evil are so simple they border on being stupid.
Oh,
And as gamers, we are not programmed.
Hey,
for that
Broen!
anymore. Hello, Broen. We're so programmed for over convoluted, dumb solutions that
Thank you for the
anytime we're
hydrate.
throwing
I do have
something-
my water.
Anytime we're throwing something super simple and direct, we just don't register.
Resident Evil Revelations. I've got both 1 and 2 for the PlayStation 4. Yeah, that's about what I paid for Revelations. My copy of Revelations 2 is pretty mangled. And by that, I mean the corner, like, eaten by a dog. And then...
That's why cats are better. They only eat cables.
Yep. But this is one where I need to print out some new box art for it. But other than that, disc is in good shape. I think I got it stupid cheap. I maybe paid $5 for it, so I guess I got what I paid for. And complete usually runs 15, so didn't come out too bad on that. Biohazard, I hate the big VR mode included banner. It's like the only game in my collection that has that. Was it Updog who ate it? No, Shady. Updog was long gone by that point. But Biohazard, I think I spent maybe 10 on this. Good, yeah, that's price chartings. Actually, I spent 10 and it was new and sealed, and I unsealed. So I brought down the value myself. Marvel Spider-Man, this is not my copy. This is actually my brother's copy. This is the OG PS4 one, not the remastered. So if you want the original Peter Parker before they redesigned him to look more like Gary Lowenthal, there you go. But Marvel Spider-Man.
That is an unbelievably funny sentence, by the way. They designed him to look like Yuri Lowenthal.
Is this a not for resale one? No. So Marvel Spider-Man, cheapish enough title, which makes sense being the big one of the top sellers on PS3 that it is. Biohazard Bioshock Big Daddies. Wait, is this going through collected items? Yes, I am like unofficially appraising and just talking about the games that I've got in my collection, Broen. We've been going for quite a while, as you can probably see on the timer. And we're nearing the end, too. I got one more stack of these PS4 games, and then I got my Final Fantasy and Kingdom Hearts games, which we'll end off on. Yeah, Spider-Man. I need to play this one and platinum it so I can return it to my brother. Because this one is not mine. But this one is Spyro Reignited Trilogy, which we just finished Spyro the Dragon. We'll be playing Ripto's Revenge soon. And the Reignited Trilogy, I see this one go for next to nothing pretty often. Super worth it if you can find it.
This is also one that I have a little bit for, and it's stuff I've talked about to you before. How
during the stream,
yeah, this game was originally teased back in 2018.
Yep, I do remember
Toys
that.
for Bob was completely dedicated to remaking these games as faithfully as possible.
And they did a good job.
They did. They actually spent an inordinate amount of time actually tweaking and working with Spyro's face so that his expressions wouldn't like break or clip through anything. They couldn't find the source code to provide the Toys for Bob for this, so they made a program called the Spyroscope, which scraped data from the original games, which is why it inherits so many of the quirks, like clipping through certain areas from the original game.
Okay, because I did notice some interesting bugs and stuff, yeah. And I think they're more prevalent in, like, 2 and 3.
That would be accurate, yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is why they're present, is because they just completely scraped the data from the originals.
And going from one great, very worthwhile collection of PS4 games to another, the Uncharted Nathan Drake collection, which we just finished Uncharted, and it was the Nathan Drake version. This was the very first game I bought for the PS4 when I bought it all the way back in 2017, maybe? No, it was 2016 when I bought my PS4. Because I bought it right before I started back in undergrad. And I got Uncharted 4 and the Nathan Drake collection. Was mine the not for resale? No. So $10, another great collection to grab. Highly recommend. And then do yourself a favor and grab Uncharted 4 to end everything off. They also have a PS5 remaster that you can get that comes bundled with Lost Legacy.
I actually have that game because it came with my PS4, but I have the reverse cover on it because the bundled one has a very giant, ugly, not for resale on the front.
And then I was trying to see if this one has a reverse cover. It does. A very plain reverse cover, but you got Nathan about the scale of mountain. And then some advertisements for PlayStation gear. Interesting. And then Ratchet and Clank advertisement for the movie. See the movie, play the game, and No Man's Sky.
I still think the funniest thing is they actually say the game based on the movie based on the game because they made the video game of the movie.
Yep. But Uncharted 4, Thief's End, PS4 launch title, I'm pretty sure. So definitely worth grabbing. And it does a great job of showcasing what the PS4 was capable of too. Like, I would say even better than God of War 2018 did. 2018 almost went too far to where the PS4 Pro is almost necessary to get the best experience for God of War 2018. But yeah, Uncharted 4. And then some recent acquisitions, the Valkyria Chronicles games. So Valkyria Chronicles Remastered, which I almost got the PS3 version, but I went ahead and got remastered.
Oh, hell yeah.
Very excited to
you a
play
Valkyria
these two.
fan, Maz?
I am.
Nice.
And I'm mad that 3 is not over here.
Yeah.
The exposure I have
and-
to 3 is through Project Crosszone.
You can import it if you have a PSP. It's pretty easy to do because there's all kinds of translation patches. What I did.
Yeah, mine's not hacked, so just I'm easy.
Oh,
then
I
the
didn't
one
even
that
hack
a
it.
lot of people aren't super into, Valkyria
I didn't hack it.
Revolution.
But I
Yeah,
only
that
did
one
it so I could actually back up my UMDs onto my laptop, which I'm glad I did because my PSP died not long after.
Another one where I paid about that much for the complete, by complete, case and, disc with the original box art. Whoa, zooey mama, wowie.
Yep.
Wow. There are gonna be woods in that game. Valkyria Chronicles 4,
You should go
which
play Knights of Azure.
Bro, I wish I could find the physical copy of that game.
Valkyria Chronicles
have it on
4. I've got the complete where it even has the DualSense insert, or the DualShock 4 skin with the dog. So if you wanted to put a doggo, little Ragnarok, I guess, is the name of the dog on your
Yes,
DualShock.
We love Ragnarok. He is
You
the
could
goodest boy.
you can put him on your DualShock 4 controller. Not compatible with the DualSense. But that was another one where I spent... Yeah, I think I spent about that much for the complete. So I
I
don't feel
have that
gypped for
digitally. I
the...
want to get it physically at some point.
The GOAT Game of the Year from last year, Astrobot. Which I had a lot of fun with it. I'm really curious what they're gonna have. Surely it's gonna be more or less full price for the game. Yeah. Astrobot, it was a ton of fun to play through this. The entire VOD series is coming to the YouTube channel, and I got the Platinum Trophy, so I considered a Platinum Guide as well. But I love the box art. And, with the, Walmart pre-order edition, you got a poster. This folds out into a poster. And it's all, comic strip kind of style. So you get a couple of the panels showing off there. And then you got a Parappa the Rapper 2 little bot costume that you could get, right out the gate, along with the dual speeder. I've already used the code, so that won't do you any good, sorry. But you can get it all in the game just from playing anyway. The code just gives it to you early. This is an interesting one. I've got the PAL copy of Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. I got this for Christmas. And the PAL copy is one of the few games where if you insert it in a US console, you were just locked out of almost all the content. I couldn't play the campaign. I could play the multiplayer, but I could only use one of the skins. I couldn't unlock any of the DLC characters from it. And then I'm trying to think what else was quirky and weird about it. I don't think it had zombies on the disc. I couldn't install the zombies without having a British account. But Black Ops Cold War, this is one that I'll probably sell it at some point, just because I don't have a use for the PAL copy.
Mm-hmm.
But I was able to, thankfully, the same exact month I got this for Christmas, Black Ops Cold War dropped on like PlayStation Premium is one of the free monthly games. It was one of the monthly games, so I got it free anyway. So yeah,
Nice.
Demon Souls, which I need to actually sit and play Demon Souls.
Ah, the remake.
Yes, the remake by Bluepoint, who did a fantastic job with it. I know some people aren't too jazzed about the change in the art style and everything. I dig it. I think Bluepoint did a phenomenal job with it. And I want to get the Bluepoint Shadow of the Colossus. Because I have it on PS3, but I want it on PS4 as well. I have it digitally, but I want it physically. But yeah, Demon Souls. And then, yeah, nothing in the back. There is a kind of reversible art with the fluted knight set being resurrected or being sent to the Nexus. So yeah. Again, not much to say on that one. But that was a PS5 launch title. Elden Ring, which was one of the first brand new PS5 games that I bought. And one that I played a little bit of it, and then I set it down, and I need to pick it back up and actually play it. But yeah, Elden Ring. Does it have a reversible cover? I feel like it doesn't. Wow. FromSoft. Guys, what the heck? And God of War Ragnarok, which I haven't played. I have played 2018. I need to play Ragnarok.
Ragnarok is very good. That is all I will say.
I wonder if Launch Edition matters. Launch Edition? Launch Edition. Probably not, but complete 25. Oh, that's for the PS4. Launch Edition, PlayStation 5, 35 suddenly for the PS5 Complete Edition. And I do have the inserts for the digital bonus content that you would have gotten, and the Horizon Forbidden West little insert ad. Oh, and it's got a reversible cover, which is really cool. I like that with the Draugr kind of on the approach. And then on the reverse side, it's got dragons flying in a bridge. I thought it would have Dad of Boy, but no, they're on the cover. Dad and not so much boy, because he's grown up. I also have the launch edition of Horizon Forbidden West. These were both, I think, Christmas gifts from a couple of years ago. Another kind of legacy skin. I've used the code, sorry. Ooh, that's
How
neat.
dare you?
I like that the reverse is actually a map or an overhead view of the game world. That's different. I would prefer if they had done, you know, an insert, a fold-out map, but I'll take that. But Forbidden West, I want to grab the remaster of Zero Dawn just to be able to display them together on the shelf. And then, unfortunately, God of War 2018 never got a re-release disc on PS5.
No, it did not.
But makes sense. If they ever make a remaster, though, I might grab it just to be able to put it with Ragnarok. Oops. Horizon Forbidden West. And I've got the launch edition. I forget that one was also PS4 and 5 kind of cross launch. And this one I see at Walmart for $40 still, so the new pricing on price charting seems to be a little bit low. But complete at $25, not too bad. Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1. I see this one as low as $30 pretty often for brand new.
Oh, turn that one over real quick.
I will in 1 second. Master Collection Volume 1. Because, yes, it literally right there. Meryl's little code from MGS1.
which is funny because it's actually a different screenshot than the original case.
Oh,
Because the
okay.
original case, it's the same. It's still talking to Meryl with the same codec number,
Uh-huh.
but it's just saying Meryl ...
Okay. And
That's a
then
funny change.
Volume 1, Day 1. I don't see Day 1 on here. Let me pull up that box art. Okay, I'm gonna... Oh, Day 1 edition. Yes, of course. Complete, 25, brand new, 33. Checks. Alright. Yeah, I see it at Walmart for 30. And it is complete. It's got a little insert for some bonus tracks. You get a virtual CD, basically. But yep. Another Resident Evil with Resident Evil Village. And this is the, to this point, newest, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. And yeah, that's about what I spent for it. I think I got mine $10 sealed, which they could have charged me a little more. But and then it's got the Reverse download code. I've already got it installed. But yeah, Reverse, which I have no idea what Reverse is. I'm assuming some like multiplayer add-on game type.
It's a PvP kind of game where you go around collecting genetic samples, and then eventually, if someone gets damaged enough, they will mutate and become one of the various BOW.
Okay. Persona 3 Reload.
Hey.
Brand new, 30. I got this for 20. Brand new. So it's
I bought that at full price.
it's coming down a little bit. I'm sorry, Adro, that you got it full price.
I'm not.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, no,
Over 100
you
hours in it.
you do like Persona 3. I thought you don't like the DLC. That's what it was, right?
I do not like the answer. I think the answer
Okay.
is very bad.
Okay.
It is not. There's my counter.
To each their own. I don't have a horse in the race.
I have this game 3 times.
So do I.
Resident
Well, not Reload,
Evil
but Persona 3.
4.
Yeah, I got
Can't
OG, FES, and Reload.
Resident Evil 4 on the PS5.
FPS, portable Reload.
Which I guess this is technically the latest Resident Evil release. But it's a remake of a
Yeah,
overly-
I guess it is the latest. It's a
Yeah.
pretty substantial remake.
It is a pretty substantial
The Wii
remake.
version
All
was really
the
fun.
all the remakes
It
have
was
been
very
pretty
nice to be
substantial.
able to just aim and shoot.
I would say HD is the least substantial remake, but still kind of a remake. But yep, Resident Evil 4, got that. Sonic X Shadow Generations is the newest game that I bought. I went and grabbed this for $30. I saw it on sale, which I was shocked to see it that low already, despite how like new it is. Oh, it's Sonic X Shadow, not Shadow X Sonic. That's a fanfic I was reading.
That's wild.
Sonic X Shadow Generations, brand new,
To
44.
jail, sir.
And
To
I
jail.
like the like little day one DLC that you get where it's a Sonic Adventure skin that you can apply to Sonic. And then they got a free download code for an even older like Sonic Adventure 2 style. So there's that. Spider-Man 2, I need to play that. I also need to play what do you call it? Miles Morales, yes, thank you. And I have the day one edition, which actually goes for a little bit more. And I got it for 30. That's crazy. Spider-Man 2. And then this is probably gonna give me the like original Spider-Man 2 on the PS2, isn't it? PlayStation 5. We'll go ahead and narrow that down. And I've got the launch edition, which is still going new, 52. Wow. And this was a birthday gift from a couple years back.
Nice.
The year it came out, I think. And then I got Stray, because of course I got Stray. And I got a little sticker on the back I still need to remove. But I
The
got
cat dad bought Stray. There's a surprise.
I need to open this up, but I'm kind of reluctant to. It's like little postcards of like screen caps from the game. From what I've seen, they're really, really pretty. No, I love the disc. It's a little sleeping kitty. Looks like Chewie.
No, I feel you on that. The dot hack thing I got recently, which has already been scuffed because it's been stepped on by a cat. Whatever, I'm not gonna
Oh
sell it.
no.
It has some
And
sealed
that
postcards.
about checks. I think I got this 17 at GameStop. And complete goes 1950. Cool. But that is it for PlayStation 4 and 5. All that's left is the Final Fantasy games. Which I don't even really have to show, but I'm going to because completionist sake. And that'll cover every physical game that I own across 2 epic volumes. So let me put these away, and I'll be back with that. Nearly done, boys. Nearly done.
We're nearly there, and then I can go and make dinner because I'm starving and I haven't really eaten today.
Yeah, same. Well, no, I take that back. I ate right before we started.
Man, these art prints are sick. Oh wait, there's Dot Hack sign stuff in here too. Legend of the Twilight.
trying to get on the shelf, right now?
Root.
Are you trying to get on the shelf?
The GU game.
Oh, and I had 2 more Xbox 360 games. Forgot about them. So let me grab those too.
Link.
Oh no, my Final Fantasies. They've all...
This fantasy will be your final.
Alrighty. Let me set this over here. Let me set these upside down.
I might have to stream this at some point.
That's not Final Fantasy. That's that really cool Mass Effect trilogy.
Where did you find that?
So I had these on one of my other shelves. I forgot about them. I had to make room on my Xbox 360 shelf, so I put them beside my PlayStation 1 titles. But it's got a cool cardboard fold-out booklet insert. And I could have sworn it came with like a Normandy patch.
I know only one thing really cool about Mass Effect. And that is, I believe it is in Mass Effect 2, when you're in the Citadel, they have like all these advertisement boards that name all these fictitious businesses.
Mm-hmm.
Most of those businesses use the surnames of actual developers from the game.
Oh, that's neat. I like that.
Yes. I learned
And
that
then
from a developer that worked on Mass Effect.
Halo Wars Limited Edition, which I want to say this one has gone up pretty substantially. If I could type limited today. Limited edition.
It's a shame BioWare is in danger of closure, though.
Yeah, complete 25, brand new 90. Crazy. But this is a very nice steelbook. It does have a reversible cover. So you got the Arbiter on one side, the Spartan team on the other. There's usually a Spirit of Fire patch that goes in here. I do still have that. It's not missing. I just have it elsewhere. But it looks like that. But you get a
Chief never knew they were going to be in an RTS.
And it's got some like character bio card kind of things. And then carefully, I've already torn it once, as you can see. It's got this really cool little like comic art book, Halo Wars Genesis, which is kind of a backstory explaining the colony ship that you fly around in with the Spirit of Fire, and some other stuff. But yeah, pretty cool little collection. And apparently it's one that's kind of climbing in price lately. But I wanted to show those off real quick before moving on to the Final Fantasies and Kingdom Hearts. Melody of Memory, the one you're missing, which I had it digitally for the longest time, and then I got it again physically because I saw it for $10 or whatever. And I grabbed it. Complete in box, going around 15. Little reg card. And the wonderful, delightful little Sora in his Maestro outfit. And then one of the greatest bang for your buck collections you can get on the PS4, the All-in-One collection. And this one is on sale pretty regularly on Amazon for $30. Definitely recommend that. Kingdom Hearts All-in-One collection. All-in-One package. There we go. Complete 30. So yeah, that's bang on money. Loose $28.93, brand new 40-ish. It's actually better value to get these physically than it is digitally. Digitally, these are still like 1.5 and 2.5 is about a $50 game on its own. 2.8 is another $50 game on its own. So you're looking at 100 plus to get all the Kingdom Hearts games on PS4. Or you can get the physical edition and spend a third of that. So you do the math.
And then you also have a really cool Kingdom Hearts box for your shelf.
And then, yeah, you get a great box. Pixel Remasters. This was a Throne gift from a mystery gifter. I still have no idea who gifted them. But thank you very much. Very happy to have the Pixel Remasters in my collection. I have the Anniversary Edition, so let me get the right one. There we go. Holy shamoly! What do you mean? $8.43 for complete?
Yeah, because that was a limited run.
Oh, that's like... This is...
That might be... there's the Anniversary Edition, which was... That might not be the same one.
That's
the one with the whole...
Yeah, this can't be the same one. Okay. Oh, yeah, I was about to say, that's wild. That's Anniversary Edition Switch. But then even... They must not have updated this since the reprint. Because I don't even see this edition on there. Except, it looks like... Yeah, because that's not this edition. Yeah, they haven't reflected this one properly. So price charting's off on this. You can get this for way cheaper now. This particular edition you can get on Amazon for $54.
That's not bad. Considering
It's
when
not
it launched,
bad.
I think it was like 75, wasn't it?
Yes, correct.
It was.
Yep. Yeah, and then the other ones are all the like just the Switch version.
And still worth it at that price point.
It really is. Yeah,
Yes,
it really truly is. Not at these
5 games at 75.
not at these prices, but at the
6 games at 75.
No, but at
At the
75,
six-
like,
yeah,
absolute steal for
for
what they had.
Yes.
for these, considering the history behind it too.
Oh my god, the game is so... No, Bess.
Yeah, don't.
You
Shut
literally
up.
were not
Yeah.
alive when this shit came out, okay? I'm old. I'm angry. No, you broke bitches.
I was
It's
alive when some of them came out.
75 is a steal.
Yes, it is.
That remaster,
Oh man,
great
it showed
cover.
me. I don't want the twin pack. I want the
Peggy
PAL
16.
copy. Oh, it's not gonna show me.
No, it will not.
Let me just look up 8 and then let me switch to PAL and then there we go. That is less than I spent getting the imported. I got it for 15, so it's starting to climb up. But went ahead and got the remaster physically because they were being taken off of the PlayStation Plus Premium, whatever it was, and I wanted to still be able to play those. Final Fantasy X and X-2. which I've bought this one twice. I got the PAL copy that I sent to my brother, and then I've got the one you're looking at here. I got the NTSC copy for myself.
So I do have something interesting specifically about 10.10.2 Remastered.
Oh yeah?
Specifically for the Vita release of 10.10.2, only in Japan were you able to buy them separately on their own cartridge.
Oh, okay, interesting. And then
Whereas
they're
in the
together
US,
on one cartridge.
No, in the US, you have
Nope.
10 on the cartridge, and then you have to install
It's
10 too.
Okay.
That's what I have on my Vita.
Okay, yeah, I do remember that. Final Fantasy
Jump out to check if I
12
have it
Zodiac
downloaded.
Age, which
I also
this
have
one
for this.
This one has a beautiful reverse cover, which I almost used for mine. But
Zodiac Age is a really interesting in that it is an HD remaster of an expanded version that we never got called
International.
Final Fantasy 12 International Job System. The director for 12 or International Job System, Hiroyuki Ito, did not want to call it the International System because, as opposed to things like 10 International, which actually brought back changes that we had in the US, this game was more of its own director's cut that completely changed the nature of the game and didn't include anything that was in the US.
Okay. I think I remember having that base understanding.
So effectively, there's 3 versions of it.
Yeah.
There's OG Zodiac Job System,
Zodiac
and
Job
then
System and Zodiac
the
Age.
Zodiac Age.
Okay.
And looks like I have 10.2 installed, and there's a spoiler right on the fucking loading screen, so that's cool.
Yes,
That's
there is.
Day 1 edition. That's not what I'm looking for.
Type 0 is cool.
Then
It
that's
is
collector's
a
edition. Weird.
HD port of a Japan-only PSP game. It is in the same continuity as Final Fantasy 13 and Final Fantasy 15. Unfortunately, the motion blur is so aggressive in this game that it makes even the most hardened people nauseous.
And 15 Day 1 edition. Because I have pretty much every available Final Fantasy physically for the PS4 and 5.
Yes. And I'm officially out of notes.
Oh. Alrighty then. Oh, and then I do have 3 more Xbox 360 titles. Let me grab those. Oh no! I just remembered the Switch. I forgot.
Well, it looks like we're gonna have to do a volume 3 because it's been 5 hours, bud.
Yeah. Wow. I don't want to do a volume 3. But I'll also skip out on Switch. Maybe I'll do a build stream, and part of it will be going over Switch games too.
Yeah, when you do build streams, just hey, here's the latest acquisition, an update for the collection.
Yeah. Which I've done that before. I did that back when I first started doing build streams, I remember. Wow. Final Fantasy 15's gone down pretty dramatically. I paid, I think, 10 or 15 for mine, and now they're as low as $6 for Day 1 edition. Theater Rhythm Final Bar Line. Very, very happy to have this one. Very ready to play it, too. Theater Rhythm, Final Bar Line. Good, it knew what I was talking about. Love the box art of this one. It's just a ton of fun. And then, were there any inserts for this one? No. Okay. But this is the first home console Theater Rhythm, right? All the other ones were DS.
Yes, I believe so. DS or 3DS.
Okay. And then World of Final Fantasy. I've got the Day 1 edition, so I'm going to say probably launch edition. Yeah, launch edition. That says limited edition. That's not what I was looking for. World of Final Fantasy, that's for the Vita. Oh, there we go. Day 1 edition. I think I spent 10 on this, so my complete is pretty accurate. I was surprised that the code insert was still valid for my copy. So I got the bonus content from that. Cute box art. I have no idea what the game encompasses, but there you go. Now we're getting into the PS5 Final Fantasies that I have, starting with Strangers of Paradise.
If people like Souls-likes, they will enjoy Stranger.
And then, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is like a remake of Final Fantasy 1? If you squint?
No. It is substantially different.
Ah, okay.
The initial trailers they released kind of framed it that way, but you figure out that's not the case. Like,
Gotcha.
fast.
Crisis Core, Final Fantasy VII Reunion, which I'm really proud to have the entirety of the Final Fantasy VII kind of remake and remake adjacent stuff on PS5 and not the PS4 versions. Because I want to say the PS5 versions are starting to climb up. Not Reunion, but the other two. And we'll see those momentarily. First, Rebirth. Or no, Final Fantasy Remake Intergrade. Which, this one only got, I think, one physical run.
I think you're right.
And I was fortunate enough to grab this one. Wow. For $25.
Why is it that it feels like when we were kids, games had a much more staying power in stores? Like, it almost felt like years after you could still find them at your general shop.
Probably because the volume of games that were out there wasn't as high.
Probably.
Yeah, like, there weren't as many heavy hitter games. Now it's like, if your game isn't a 10 out of 10, it's not going to be on the store shelves for long. That's all
And even if
Walmart
it
and
is a
Best Buy
10
will
out of
carry.
10.
Which Best Buy actually doesn't even carry.
Best Buy doesn't carry shit anymore.
Yeah, they don't carry the physical games anymore. You can only get them online.
Really?
Not Reunion. I wanted Rebirth. Damn it.
I haven't gone to my local Best Buy in several years, so I didn't even know that.
Final Fantasy VII
it was
Rebirth,
heading towards
being
that point.
brand new. Complete in box? What do you mean? Wow, Rebirth must be going on sale pretty often now. And then Final Fantasy 15. Nearly done.
That's 16, my guy.
16, I can't count. But 16, this one I know I've seen it on sale quite a bit. Because it's one of the ones that failed to meet sales expectations and kind of moved Square Enix into this position of, hey, we're gonna go back to multi-platform launching and stuff. We don't want to be so tied down by PlayStation. And I totally get
16.
it.
I had to step away for a second.
Well, the other thing is that a lot of people were quite disgruntled by the nature of 16. There's quite a few die-hard Final Fantasy fans who were like, nah, this isn't Final Fantasy, I'm not getting this.
And Final Fantasy 13.
Yeah,
Which,
those people are douchebags because it is Final Fantasy.
This was
I
the
agree
first
with you
ever...
wholeheartedly.
This was the first Final Fantasy that I ever bought. And I think it's on 3 disc for the Xbox
Yup.
360. Thankfully, you don't need all the disc for the PlayStation or Xbox Series X backwards compatibility. You just need that first disc, you pop it in, and then it will swap to the other disc automatically for you. Or you'll get a prompt to swap disc, and then you just press A or whatever, and it'll move you on. But yes, actual manuals again. Final Fantasy 13, that one, it's come down. I bought this one brand new way back when it first launched, so I paid 50, 60, whatever games were back in 2009.
I think
Yeah, I
that
think it was
one
about
was
50.
60.
Yeah, either one.
And then Final Fantasy 13-2, which all of these are backwards compatible with the Series X and the Xbox One X, with the Xbox One X enhancements, so they run a little bit smoother at a higher resolution. These have come down. I paid about 20 when I bought this brand new. Which actually, it hasn't come down that much. And then, last but not least, Lightning Returns Final Fantasy 13.
Dress up simulator.
And the Xbox 360 console versions have become kind of the de facto way to experience these games, I would say. Just because of the resolution boost and the frame rate enhancements and all that. But yeah, that is more or less the entirety of my physical games collection. Sans Nintendo Switch, just because I forgot my Switch. But there aren't that many titles we could rush through them, but we've been going on for quite a while. Hey, Claudian, how's it going? Good to see you.
No Brave Fencer Musashi.
No Brave Fencer Musashi. No.
Nope.
I am not based, I guess. Trying to think. Oh, you know what? There is one.
You a copy. So
there is
fucking rules.
One Switch title which I will look up. Super Mario 3D All Stars.
Oh yeah, I have that too, so I'm gonna be curious about this.
86 complete. So it's continued to stay pretty high. Was about to head to sleep. Figured I'd stop in. Hope you're doing good. I am doing good. We just had a very exhaustive and long breakdown of a ton of my physical game launches or game releases in my collection. What's the other one that I've got over there that I feel like just to demonstrate? Most of my Switch titles are pretty bog standard, like everybody's got them. 3D All Stars was the only one that I would say, because I got Pokemon Legends and Shield and Scarlet, and then I've got Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, and Tears of the Kingdom, and then Metroid Prime Collection.
I have very few games.
But yeah, they'll do that. Get rid of price charting. No longer need that. Let me take a look at our
2 copies, physical copies, of the Mega Man Battle Network collection.
Oh, very nice.
Nice. I will lose my mind if they ever do a remaster of Command.
Oh man, it's.
How's the baby? Which one? I got Patches and Rhea. Which one?
I don't understand. Do you like Command Mission or do you not like Command Mission, Mom?
No, I like it. I was playing it the other day, emulated. I don't how my copy is. It's just like one of those. It's so fucking hard. Healing sucks, but yes, I would love some release of Command Mission.
We're gonna raid in on Gym Glam today. They're playing some Marvel Rivals. Feels like a solid one to jump in on. But
Jim, who could be playing Marvel Rivals?
What was I gonna say? Oh, well, we're kind of wrapping up. So thank you all so much for hanging out, and another fun long stream. Glad to have the kind of game collection volumes out of the way. We'll be back on our regularly scheduled stuff like Final Fantasy, Halo 2, and Metal Gear Solid this week coming up. just wanted to do something a little different, try out the desk layout now that I've got everything moved and figured out. I like the camera placement of where it is now, so I feel like when I do build model kit builds, I'll probably put it right here. That's a much more logical placement for the camera.
We're gonna get you a Zoid.
You're gonna get me a Zoid.
We're
Cool.
gonna get you a Zoid.
It
Put it
threw
on
me
the
off
throne.
because I was looking at your Theatrhythm avatar, and then I saw a hand up in the camera, and I forgot that it's the same person. I was like, what the fuck?
Put it on the throne. We're gonna get you a command wolf.
Hell yeah.
Liger Zero.
No, I like the Command Wolf more. Sorry, Mize.
I only saw the first one that came on Toonami.
Well, I'm gonna hop out the call while we do our outro stuff.
Have a good one.
You guys have a good one. Adaro, if I'm not like passed out right after finishing up, I might be down for some Fortnite for real
I'm
this
going
time.
to go and make dinner. I have
Same.
not eaten since
Yeah,
9 this
I'm
morning.
popping a hot pocket in that fucker, and I'm gonna scarf it down.
I'm making a pork chop, and I'm having it with kimchi and rice.
All right, you don't have to gloat. You can afford food.
Oh,
Damn,
Mr.
dude.
Fancy.
But anywho,
All right, sounds good.
Bye,
later,
everybody.
fellas. So yeah, there you have it. The whole Chewie Coffee physical games collection, again minus Switch titles, which I'll show those off next build stream. We'll just have a quick boom, 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 boom. I won't pull up price charting or anything. We'll just talk about them for a sec, and then I'll put together a Hyakushiki or something. But I've been Chewie Coffee. You guys have been wonderful as always. Thank you so much for all the raids. We had a ton of them tonight. Thank you for the follows. Had quite a few. Thank you for the redeems. It is always appreciated. Love my coffee crew. You guys make all this so worth it. Even these long 5-hour streams, which we've been doing a little more regularly lately. But I've yapped enough. I'm going to guzzle down the rest of this water. Throw in that hot pocket like I said I would. Have my little boy dinner, whatever you want to call it. But till then, take care of yourself. Get hydrated. Shower and all that jazz. See ya.